Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Tag You're Dead by Kathryn Foxfield, narrated by Sasha Higgins and Elliot Fitzpatrick. Game on. Disgraced teenage millionaire Anton Fraser stages a comeback, but continues to be haunted by ghosts of his own making. 11th grader Emma Sarno reports for St. Bernadette School Press on the controversial reboot of the Shadow City tech genius turned social media personality. Anton Fraser, as well known for his public pranks as he is his hugely popular iOS-Android cross-platform game Shadow City, is back. After 9 months in hiding, following an accidental death at his home, he brought central London to a standstill last night to announce his latest stunt, a live-streamed game of tag. Teasers appeared online last week in the form of a countdown and GPS coordinates. Thousands of Anton fans descended upon Shaftesbury Avenue, where Fraser took over the Piccadilly Circus electronic billboards with an unauthorised broadcast. According to his announcement, he plans to stage a citywide game of tag in 1 month's time. He revealed that 100 competitors will be chosen to compete for a prize that includes £100,000 and the opportunity to join his team as he relaunches his online presence. But police have already slammed Fraser's plans, decrying them as dangerous, illegal, and utterly irresponsible. Fraser has previously been criticised for the disruption caused by his stunts, which have included camping overnight in a furniture superstore and releasing 17 male peacocks into the London Underground. According to an insider, Fraser hopes that his game of tag will move the conversation on from the events of last year, when 18-year-old Rose Tavistock drowned during a party at Fraser's now-abandoned London mansion. Tavistock was one of Fraser's co-creators. She is widely credited with helping him make the leap from game designer to one of the world's most popular social media personalities. Her death came at a time when Fraser and his team were under scrutiny, following rumours of infighting and a toxic work environment. Tavistock's death was ruled to be a drug-related accident. Fraser's admission of drug use at his home caused him to lose most of his lucrative sponsorship deals and led him to shutting down his social media accounts. This latest stunt appears to mark the end of Fraser's self-imposed exile. Judging by the online response to his announcement, his fans are ready to move on from the Tavistock era. Not everyone is ready to forgive and forget, though. I don't understand why anyone still pays him any attention, one of Fraser's past employees told St. Bernadette School Press. Does no one care that a girl died on his watch? Anton Fraser responded to a request for comment with a photo of his tongue.
1. Grayson. By the end of tonight, Anton Fraser will be dead. But first, I have to convince the world that I'm his biggest fan. Do these sunglasses make me look too handsome? I say. I don't want to steal the limelight. Lenny glances at me, a licorice bootlace hanging from her mouth and dark braids dangling over her face. She goes back to her magazine, ignoring the street vendor's glare. You look like a dorky Harry Styles. I replace the sunglasses on the rotating display and pick another pair. You know how to make a boy feel special. What about these? I crane my head to see my reflection in the little mirror. The red frames stand out against my pale, freckled skin. I swish my hair to one side. Chestnut waves skim the collar of a bedazzled leather jacket that belonged to my ex, Rose. It sits heavy on my shoulders. Rose would have told me to get the damn glasses. Hell, she would have strolled off without paying for them, and no one would have said a thing. Rose was stop and stare beautiful. She was a lot of other things, too, but nearly a year after her death, it's her face that most people remember. The beautiful dead girl found in a teenage megastar's pool, as if that's all that matters. I'll have these, I say, handing a £10 note to the street vendor. Lenny pointedly tucks the magazine into the rack. Anton Fraser's grinning face watches me from the cover. Anton makes his move, reads the headline. Ever since he announced his stunt, the bastard is everywhere. There are no consequences for him. He gets to wipe his reputation clean and relaunch his empire. But I'm stuck with my police warning, school suspension, and no future. Sirens approach. An ambulance noisily weaves through the bumper-to-bumper Oxford Street traffic, forcing black cabs and cyclists to mount the sidewalk. It's all background noise, drowned out by a shit ton of dark thoughts that I don't want to think. "Why am I here again?" Lenny says. "I have schoolwork to finish." I don't function well on my own, I mutter, still glaring at Anton's picture. It's true. Other people get me out of my head. Pretty sure I'd get lost in there if I spent too much time alone. "Do I look like a plug?" Lenny says. Huh? I glance up at the sharpness of her tone. Her warm brown skin is flushed, arms folded. "To fill the holes in your life." I don't know if she's teasing, serious, or both, so I escaped to a public bench, dispersing a million dirty pigeons that were loitering on the cracked sidewalk. I take my phone out and pretend I'm reading a very important message. Lenny sits next to me, a few inches of air and a million miles between us. I brace myself, but the usual complaints about what a terrible friend I am don't come. "I get it. It's a big day for you," she says gently. "You nervous?" Shitting myself. I glance up at her. Lenny doesn't wear makeup, and usually her skin is shiny and flawless. Today, thanks to her late-night studying, there's a sallow tone to her face and shadows under her eyes. She looks how I feel. "You'll be okay." She pats my knee with not much affection. "You're not going to try to talk me out of it?" I ask. "Entering Anton's game of tag to avenge your ex. I guess it's your choice." Except it doesn't feel like a choice. This is all I have left. It's not fair that he gets to carry on like nothing happened, I say. Rose's death was his fault. "Do you think he killed her?" My stomach flips. She's never asked me that before. I'm hit by a vision of Rose floating dead in his pool. The water's pink, and her skin's greyish-white. I push it away. The police said it was an accident, but that doesn't mean Anton wasn't responsible. He dragged her into his fucked-up world. If it weren't for him, she'd still be alive. "I suppose she would." She fixes me with a questioning stare. "Would you still be together?" I can't answer that one. Rose was always too good for me. I know that. She burned so bright that when I blink, she's there, seared into my memories. There was this magnetic pull surrounding her that drew people in, but it was me she chose. For a life-changing, magical 10 months, she was mine. And then she applied for a job with Anton Fraser. I hadn't heard of him back then. Few people outside the gaming world had. He was 17 and already a multi-millionaire thanks to a combination of tournaments, online play-alongs, and designing his own Minecraft and Roblox content. But he was about to release Shadow City as an immersive hyper-reality experience. And when he did, everyone would know his name. Shadow City is a bit like Pokemon Go, only without the cuteness. The game claims it can use subtle fluctuations in light and shadow to detect the presence of ghosts. Through your phone screen, it reveals these supposed ghosts overlaid on the real world as creepy shadow things. When one comes at you, you have 10 seconds to exercise it. Or in my case, you switch the game off. It's too scary for me. I don't believe the Shadow City ghosts are real, but ghosts definitely exist. What if the game lets them sneak into our world like a Ouija board? Rose used to laugh at me for being such a coward. She never understood my problem with the game. But then Rose wasn't scared of anything, except boredom. She started collaborating with Anton 6 months before she died, one of the team helping him stage his famous stunts. Ridiculous things like jumping out at people dressed as ghosts, firing money out of a cannon, and floating a Lego house down the Thames, all captured on TikTok and YouTube. Anton called his co-creators the accomplices and moved them into his house. I didn't like the sound of any of this. Rose told me I didn't get it, that I had the soul of an old person when it came to online stuff. Turns out I was right to be uneasy. Within weeks, Rose was ignoring my calls. The few occasions she found time to see me, it was like I didn't know her anymore. I'd watched the videos she was making with Anton, and my imagination ran away with me. We had this huge argument where she called me a jealous bore, and I called her a pathetic fame chaser. And that was it. I didn't speak to her again. 5 months later, she was dead. I wish I could let her go, I say, more to myself than to Lenny. Me too. She's always there. She takes a deep breath. I've got to get going. Len, I know that this must be weird for you. She laughs and flicks her hair over her shoulder. Weird is your taste in T-shirts. Our entire friendship revolving around a ghost is something else. It's not all about her. You and me, we're... She silences me with a raised hand. I don't know how this is going to pan out tonight. Just remember that I'm rooting for you. She walks away, and being the arsehole I am, I let her leave. Sighing, I watch the blank screen of my phone. I applied for the game weeks ago, but didn't find out I'd been chosen until this morning, when I received an anonymous message telling me to come to Oxford Street at 11 a.m. It's now 11:30, and no one's contacted me with further instructions. Maybe they've spotted that I didn't come alone, and decided not to risk it. Ever since it was announced, the police have been trying to shut Anton's game down. I eye the road in both directions. Oxford Street is heaving with people and traffic. Cyclists yell at tourists who cross the road without looking. Taxi drivers hold down their horns. I see no sign of anyone who might work for Anton. I see Anton, though, peering up at me from the front pages of the free newspapers, discarded next to overflowing trash cans. I pick one up and dust it off. In the officially released photos, Anton's purple-streaked hair is styled into its usual exaggerated quiff, and his skin is clear and healthy, like he has shares in a skincare brand. He's the epitome of boy-next-door good looks, with his perpetual smile and strong jaw. His secret, though, has always been the slightest hint of geekiness, enough to make him seem smart and original, but not so much that people think he's a loser. It's a carefully constructed image, and it's bullshit, like everything else his PR machine puts out. It infuriates me that he rode out the storm surrounding Rose's death with such ease. Men like him always get away with it. He's white, straight, and rich. The rules do not apply. My phone buzzes. I hesitate, then answer. It's a woman's voice, heavily distorted. Are you alone? She says. Quite possibly forever, I reply sadly. Turn right and keep walking. the line goes dead. I get to my feet and peer around the corner. To the right, there's a thoroughfare lined with racks of rental bikes and scaffolding surrounded buildings. I walk down the street, then stop. The city's noise dims almost immediately, replaced by an eerie hum. I turn on the spot, even looking up at the rooftops to see if I'm being watched. I really wish I hadn't let Lenny leave now. It's broad daylight, but this is creepy as hell. Teenage boy murdered yards from expensive shoe shop. The newspaper will read. I'll be the page too, to Anton's headline. When Rose died, the articles were all about him, the famous man and the beautiful dead girl, in his pool. Suddenly, I hear the roar of an engine. I leap aside as a big black van hurtles toward me. It bounces off the curb with a clunk of metal against concrete. It screeches to a halt, the front wheel well scraping noisily against a large black concrete post. The door opens and bashes into a bike rack. I stumble backward. Shit, shit, shit. The driver swings her body out and jumps down. "Oh my God," she says, crouching to examine the damage. "What is wrong with me?" I place a hand on my heart to stop it from trying to escape my ribcage, alien style. As my visions of being murdered in an alley recede, I realize who the girl is. Beatrix Fraser, Anton's younger sister, and one of his accomplices. She's the nice one, the cute, smiley one, who blended into the background while Rose took center stage. Okay, maybe it will rub off." She scrubs at the scratches on the van with the sleeve of her chunky knit cardigan. A big flake of paint comes loose, making her shriek. I think you're making it worse," I offer. She sweeps her 2 long braids behind her shoulders. One of them is shiny brown, the other is bleached blonde. "Do you know about cars?" I laugh nervously. Do I look like I know about cars? She stands and gives me a huge, fake smile, Anton style. She double points at me. "What you do look like is a winner." "Are you a winner?" "I mean, people don't tend to use that exact word," I say. Are you all right?" Her smile drops. "No, I'm not actually. My brother has me driving up and down the city dropping off equipment to 30 people. And there's this whole script that I'm supposed to say, but I've only managed 4 contestants so far, and one of them was sick when they met me. Also, I passed my driving test last week, so this is..." She pauses to take a deep breath. "A lot. It's a lot." "Tell me about it," I say. She shoves a backpack at me. "This is for you." I hold her gaze a little too long. Her eyes are ridiculous, like this golden hazel colour that has to be contacts, with long dark eyelashes and black eyeliner that makes them even more striking. Her face is rounded and young-looking, and she dresses like a skater granny. But her eyes are amazing. I remind myself that I'm here to destroy her brother. It doesn't matter that his sister seems really sweet. I'll take her down too, if I have to. "You all right?" she says, scrunching up her face. I pull myself together and remember that I'm supposed to be acting like a massive Anton fan. "Yeah, you look like your brother," I say quickly. Her expression darkens. "I will forever be Anton's sister," she says cryptically. I clear my throat. "I'm being weird. Sorry, I'm just excited." She eyes me suspiciously, then waves her foot at me, hopping to keep her balance. "You see that?" She's wearing slightly grubby red Converse shoes with baggy jeans over the top. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to see. "That's sick on my shoe. Literal vomit," she says. "So unless you're going to puke like the last contestant I met, you're doing fine." I laugh. She's nice. To distract myself, I open the backpack. Inside, there's some kind of bracelet, like the electronic tags criminals wear on their ankles, and a pair of chunky glasses in a plastic case that reminds me of Snow White's coffin. They're ugly things, with thick lenses and bulky arms. Beatrix reaches to take the glasses and puts them on. They look good on her. "I'm supposed to tell you that there's nothing like this on the market yet," she says. "Anton owns shares in the company that makes them, so we're getting to take them for a test run." "What's so special about them?" "Augmented reality smart glasses. You know how Shadow City works?" I wince. "You look through your phone, and the world becomes a literal hellscape with ghosts jumping out at you?" She laughs. "You're scared of Shadow City? Oh my God, it's so tame. Well, I hate to tell you this, but we've hooked these glasses up to our Shadow City servers, so it will feel like you're actually in the game." That sounds horrifying, terrifying, awful in every way. "Can I vomit on your shoes now?" "Shush, I'll forget my lines. The glasses have a built-in camera. We're going to live stream everything you see and say during the game." "We'll be playing Shadow City?" I ask. "Not exactly. It's a special modified version of the game that we've put together for you lovely contestants." She returns the glasses to the bag. "They'll activate at 5 p.m, along with the wristband, ready for the game to start at 5:30. I take out the bracelet and try it on. It's a wide plastic thing that clips around my wrist. "This is where the action happens." She takes my hand and gently turns the bracelet the right way up. Her fingers are warm, and the frayed sleeves of her cardigan tickle my skin. "The wristband will also send your GPS location to Anton HQ, precise to less than a yard. You see this light? It will change color depending on whether you're a chaser or a runner. But Anton's going to explain that to you." Her fingers linger on my palm. I remind myself again that Beatrix is Anton's sister. She was one of the people who took Rose from me. "Do you miss Rose?" I say quietly. Her whole demeanor changes, and it's like the temperature of the entire city drops. "Yeah, of course. She was a sister to me." I force myself to meet her eyes. Only, I guess the prize is kind of her job. The winner gets to be her replacement, gets to be an accomplice. No, that's not going to happen. Rose's death changed things. The accomplices are gone, no matter what Anton wants, and... She stops talking. "Look, the game will be lots of fun, but keep your expectations in check." "I'll get to meet Anton, though." "Because that's the reason I'm doing this. To ruin his game, and humiliate him to death. Or, failing that, cause him some lasting psychological damage." She looks at me sadly, then gives me a small smile. "Yes, you'll get to meet my famous, wonderful brother. Don't worry." She nods at the van. "I have equipment to deliver to another 25 people. So I'll see you around." "Yeah, I'll see you," I managed to say. "Good luck with the driving." She's already slamming the van door. She reverses and manages to perform a 3-point turn without hitting anything. My phone buzzes. It's a link to a pre-recorded video. I click it, and Anton's face pops up on my screen. "Hey, accomplice," he says. drawing out the words like they're made of molasses. "I'm back!" There he is. This is the boy Rose ditched me for, leaving me with nothing but regret and this cheap leather jacket that no longer fit with her image. He leans forward so that his face takes up most of the shot. "Did you miss me?" The sharp edge to his tone and his unblinking leer are unsettling. But then he pulls it back with a grin and slumps into his chair. "This game's going to change everything," he continues. "And you're part of it. We had over 100,000 applications, which is, well, that's a big number, right? I've whittled you down to the top 100. People who made me laugh in your application videos, or impressed me with your commitment to the cause, or were playing easy on the eye." He pretends to slap his own cheek and grins crookedly. Kidding. This is a serious operation. Let's talk rules. The game's a lot like tag. Everyone will take turns being a chaser and a runner. A game of tag I can manage, although I doubt it will be that simple. Anton continues. "When it's your turn to be a chaser, you will need to locate the runners and tag them out of the competition. You can tag someone by getting close enough that your bracelet registers theirs. Stay within 5 yards of a runner for longer than 10 seconds, and the runner is tagged." My brain struggles to take in the information. He starts talking about special challenges and bonuses, but my attention drifts to memories of Rose. Her smile, her laugh, the way her hand felt in mine. The thought of her kissing Anton Fraser, his plump lips smeared red with her lipstick. "Got all that?" Anton says. My attention snaps back to him. "Nope, I got nothing." "Finally, let's talk what happens if you're the winner of my little game. Oh my God, these prizes are excellent. I can't wait for one of you to win. Not only will you receive £100,000, but you'll get the opportunity to audition to be my new accomplice." My stomach clenches. I guess Rose really was disposable when there are thousands of others lining up to take her place. "Oh yes, I nearly forgot the best part. You win a BFF hangout sesh with me. No cameras, no audience, just you and me." He waggles his eyebrows. "I know what you ladies out there are thinking, and yes, I am single. Who knows what might happen?" My swirling thoughts coalesce to a single point. I know exactly what will happen. "I've got everything you need in life," Anton says with a hopeful half smile. "Money, fame, and maybe even love. Tell me, which one are you here for?" He begins to laugh. I pause the video on a close-up of his face. His mouth's open in frozen laughter, but it could be a scream. "You missed one," I say quietly. "Revenge."
2. Charlotte. Anton's been crying. "What are you doing here?" I peer up and down the grey street. Everywhere is sheets of cold rain and puddles that reflect the empty sky. There's no sign of his entourage or the cameras that follow his every move. He's just a boy, standing in the rain, here, with me. "I can't do it. The game. I don't want to do it," he says. I gasp. "But you've been planning this for months. There are 100 people taking part." He turns away. His hands make fists in his wet hair. Then he spins around again. His dreamy blue eyes are wild. "None of it matters. Only you, Lola. It's always been you. Ever since that night at the party." "What?" I whisper, and the world stops spinning beneath us. He steps toward me and trails his fingers down my bare arms. "I love you. and I don't want to love you because it scares me so much. But I can't help it. I... He doesn't finish because that's the moment when we melt into each other. His mouth grazes mine, and I don't care that he's pulled me outside with him into the pouring rain. I laugh against his lips and kiss him harder. Wow, I'm literally kissing Anton. And then the DLR train sways from side to side, and I smack myself in the face, shattering the fantasy. I'm back in a subway car that smells of kebab meat and body odour. The woman sitting opposite me gawks in my direction with her mouth hanging open. I realise too late that I've been kissing my own hand. I wipe my face on my sleeve and busy myself typing the scene into my phone. She's still staring, but I try to ignore her. My story, Anton Meets His Match, has been a lukewarm hit with the Anton community on Gossip. It's my best yet, I think because I've put so much of myself into it. My hopes, my dreams, my heart. Writing it hasn't felt like make-believe. It's felt like writing the truth. And now all that's left to post is the final scene. I read what I wrote. My stomach drops in disappointment and shame. I hold down the delete button until it's gone. My endings always suck when I try to write a happily ever after. But my readers haven't been exactly complimentary about my attempts at excitement and danger either. Anton wouldn't say that, loser. What, no boning? How old are you, 12? I gaze out the window at the city as it rushes past. We're heading toward West India Quay, and the Canary Wharf skyscrapers stand proudly in the distance. Towering cranes crisscross against an almost colourless sky, bringing to mind immense, dueling monsters. Just looking at them gives me vertigo. A plot idea hits me. I imagine that Anton's hanging one-handed from a crane, swinging from the huge hook as the wind tears through his amethyst hair. His other hand is holding mine, the one thing between me and a 100-story fall. Our fingers are slipping apart, and his grip on the hook is failing. He can't hold on much longer. Let me go, I say, my pounding heart slowing as I realise what I must do. If you don't let me go, then we'll both die. Lola, no. I don't want to live without you. He sobs. I smile bravely. But you must. Live for both of us, Anton. Live for both of us. I can't let you go, he whispers. I can't say goodbye. Not when I just found you. But my darling, I'll always be with you. Always. I start to slip my fingers free of his and wink at him before I plummet to my death. Stay sexy, I say, letting go. Ugh, no. This is trash. As if he'd drop me. Also, I've never been able to wink. I notice the woman opposite is staring again. I suspect I was whispering the words to my story out loud. I'm a writer, I tell her. Like that explains everything. The woman hides behind her newspaper. I sigh again, then scroll up through my story to read it from the beginning. I've been posting a new instalment every day in the run-up to Anton's game. There are over a dozen comments already. Most people are desperate to find out what's going to happen at the end. If only I knew. I return to staring out the window. My reflection stares back at me. I'm wearing my favourite neon orange Anton hoodie, with his face on the front. Unfortunately, my hair's ruining what's otherwise a perfect outfit. I'm pretty sure my hairdresser hates me. It's the only explanation for why she cut 80% of my hair into massive bangs, making me look like I'm wearing a mousy blonde Lego girl wig. My vanity is brought to an abrupt halt by a buzzing sensation on my wrist. I check out my bracelet. It's lit up white, which is weird because I didn't think the tech was supposed to come on till later. I'm heading to my starting position 2 hours early, just in case. I guess HQ is testing the system. The glasses aren't doing anything yet, though. I've been wearing them ever since they were given to me by some assistant called Caro, who I only vaguely recognised. The woman opposite is peeking at me from behind her newspaper again. She lowers the paper and folds it carefully in her lap. "Are you taking part in that big game of chase tonight?" she asks, gesturing to my bracelet. "The one organised by that famous boy on the internet?" I nod and smile, my mind already returning to my story. Dangling from a crane was too much. An explosion, perhaps? Or an escaped lion? "What do your parents think?" the woman persists, shuffling forward in her seat. "My daughter wanted to take part, but I told her it was far too dangerous. You never know what kind of men might be out at night." I shrug. Truth is, I haven't told my mum. Even if I had, she probably wouldn't have cared. Once upon a time, we were so close. But that was during the before, when Dad was still around. That makes it sound as if he died, but the reality is far less dramatic. No, he just decided that he didn't much like family life anymore, so he left. When I was a little kid, I had this unshakable belief that parents would always love their children, that they always wanted their children. Turns out, it's not true. Dad hasn't tried to contact me in years, except for a birthday card sent a month late, written in neat handwriting that wasn't his own. And my mum? Well, she didn't check out as literally as Dad did, but ever since we moved in with Roger 2 years ago, it's very clear that I'm a guest in her life. I sleep in horrible Matthew's old room, with his gaming posters on the walls and his childhood Minecraft comforter on the bed. Matthew's my stepbrother-to-be. I hate him. "Someone does know where you are, don't they?" the woman says gently. I flash her my best A-student smile. "Of course," I lie. "Actually, my dad's driving down to keep an eye on me. He's really overprotective." "Oh, that's good." She sits back in her seat. "It's for the best with that much money involved." The prize certainly is a lot of money, but I'm planning to refuse it. I don't want Anton thinking my intentions are anything less than honourable. The idea of profiting from him feels cheap. I wrote this little scene in one of my fanfics, in which my character, Lola, turns Anton's prize down, and Anton's so touched that he cries. Thinking about it, he cries in a lot of my stories. I hope he isn't offended by that. My eyes widen. I've never stopped to think that Anton might actually read my writing. Heat floods to my cheeks as I remember that one story in which Anton is transformed into a guinea pig and Lola spends hours brushing his fur. That one was weird. But then I remember how I've always used a pen name. There's no way anyone will find out that Anton's girl XOXO is me. Which is a very good thing, since it's not only fiction that I've posted. My bracelet buzzes again, and the lights flash. I hope it's not broken. The train pulls into the next station, and we sit there forever. There's some commotion on the platform, but I can't see anything. Finally, the doors beep and begin to close with a hiss. Someone throws themselves through the gap at the last minute. He swears and brushes himself down, his light brown skin beaded with sweat. I jump out of my seat, and my glasses nearly slip off my head. "Matthew!" He points at me while trying to catch his breath. There's a big damp patch down the front of his grey t-shirt. I don't even want to think about what might be happening inside the tight leather pants he's wearing. Ugh, now I'm thinking about it. "What are you doing here? How did you find me?" I say. "Caro texted me. She said you looked familiar when she dropped off the tech package. I followed the signal from the GPS tracking bracelet, and here you are. Entering under a fake name? Fuck, Charlotte." Please don't swear at me. And Sanderson isn't a fake name. It's my mum's maiden name, although I don't see how it's any of your beeswax. I sit down and straighten my glasses. Horrible Matthew? Roger's 18-year-old son? My future stepbrother? Yeah, he's one of Anton's 2 surviving accomplices. Once upon a time, he lived with us. He gave up his room for me and slept on the sofa. He invited me to parties with his famous friends. Then, just as I got used to having a brother, he left. Now Matthew lives in Anton's house and dates Anton's sister. Every month or two he comes home to torment me with his arrogance and his overpowering aftershave, and the fact he's living the life that I want to be living. Look at him, the slimy little doob-bro. Predictable good looks? Check. Well-rehearsed wink? Of course. Expensive clothes that he wears once? Obviously. Oh no, my t-shirt's accidentally a child size, and now everyone can see the outline of my six-pack. Bath. He slides into the seat next to me, knocking knees with the woman opposite. Charlotte, this isn't a game, he hisses. That's exactly what it is. A live-streamed game of tag, which I intend to win. Win? You? Yes, me. I'm going to win that date with Anton, and then we... Wait, what? Anton's not about to date you, Charlotte. Fuck's sake! You really think he'd be interested in you? The woman opposite gasps softly. Someone else whispers to their friend. The entire car is now listening in on our conversation, turning in their seats. I can taste their pity. Look at that poor deluded girl with her pudgy pink cheeks and child's haircut. You think that because I'm not perfect, amazing Beatrix, I'm not worthy of love? Shame on you, Matthew, I say, keeping my voice as quiet as I can. Love? He slowly shakes his head. Anton's not going to fall in love with you. He would have already if you weren't always getting between us. Anton and I had a connection, and you've kept us apart. You could have passed on my messages, but no, you deliberately ruined my life. I was protecting you. You think you know Anton because you used to watch his show. But none of that shit was real. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. You're wrong. Anton and I are perfect for each other, and I'm not letting you spoil my one chance. Now leave me alone. I turn my head and refuse to look at him. Charlotte! Charlotte! You're being ridiculous. I'm not the bad guy here. Says the boy who interferes with other people's relationships and cheats on his own girlfriend. He throws both arms up in disbelief, smacking the nosy woman's newspaper out of her hands, into her face. I've never cheated on Beatrix. Jesus, Charlotte, what's wrong with you? I scoff at him. So your sordid reputation is make-believe? All those influencer types filming videos about how you dated them? That was before I got together with Beatrix, and you know it. Really? And what about those photos outside that hotel? Why were you running around in your underwear, Matthew? He goes very still. That wasn't... You don't know what you're talking about. Cheat! I shout at him. Cheaty, cheaty, cheat, cheat! Abruptly, he storms off with his jaw clenched so tight I worry his teeth will shatter. As the train pulls into the next station, he hammers on the open doors button, even though they always open by themselves, and steps out onto the platform. I wave to him through the glass. He mouths something unrepeatable. I always thought he was such a nice boy, the woman opposite muses. Yeah, everyone thinks that, but he's not. I've known exactly who the real Matthew is since he left me behind without a backward glance. He's a user and a pretender. I wish I could make everyone else see him for what he is too. I scroll to the top of the Anton message board on Gossip. Typing quickly, I write a new post without really thinking about what I'm saying. What's this I hear? Matthew is sneaking around behind the lovely Beatrix's back again, getting up to no good. Perhaps it's time for Anton to wake up to what kind of person is living in his home and dating his sister. Anton's girl, XOXO. As soon as I hit send, I wonder if it's too much, too bitter and jealous. I push the thoughts aside and remind myself why I'm here and how much is at stake. Nobody, especially not my horrible stepbrother, is going to stand in my way. 3. Erin. Call me plastic. I don't care. Call me a princess or a bitch or a slut. Type it into a DM. Shout it in the street. Strap it to the leg of a carrier pigeon if that's your weird, twisted thing. It doesn't matter. You and I both know you're just jealous. Either you want me or you want to be me. I swing my flame-red hair over one shoulder and laugh for the camera, making sure they get my best angles, slightly to the side, chin angled down, eyes flicking up. These smart glasses aren't easy to work with. They're big and blocky, and my false lashes keep scratching against the lenses. But the rules state that I can't take them off once the game begins, even for a moment. I have 20 minutes until everything kicks off. There's always time for a photo shoot, though. My starting position is outside the aquarium, which means swarms of tourists. Look at them all, in their poorly fitting chino shorts and backpacks, watching me pose against the backdrop of the Thames. I try to act like I'm the only one here, gazing serenely across the water. Then the makeup artist we hired leans too close, and I'm hit by a waft of the meat pasty he had for lunch. My stomach lurches and I stumble back. My mother, Amber, rushes in to catch me, but I've already righted myself. I swat the powder brush aside. "Give me some space," I snap. "This isn't a fucking date." The man rolls his eyes and mutters, "As if," under his breath. He strokes his brush, comforting it. "Erin, darling," Amber says, laughing nervously. "Let's take a moment." She shoos our entourage away and tries to raise a perfectly stenciled eyebrow at me, except she had her Botox topped up last week, and everything is smooth and shiny. It's impossible to tell if she's furious, or worried, or holding in a fart. "You're lucky we're not being filmed right now," Amber whispers. "This is our chance to nudge our subscribers past 4 million. We need people to like you, remember?" I curl my lip but don't bother arguing. She plays this fame game better than me, but then she's been doing it far longer. She started her parenting, lifestyle and fashion blog, Amber Loves, when she was 17 and had just had me. For a while it was huge, but she lost a lot of subscribers when I hit my tweens and stopped being quite so cute. Fast forward to 2 years ago when I turned 15. Amber set up a YouTube vlog and brought me on board again, this time wearing her clothes and her makeup, chasing her dreams, her second chance. And for a while it worked. Amber and Erin Love grew in popularity to the point that magazines wrote articles about us, illustrated with dozens of fashion shots in which Amber and I could have been sisters. Glossy red hair, laughing smiles, the kind of figures that come from spending hours in the gym and a strict paleo-vegan diet. Then our subscriber numbers plateaued. Amber's always pinning the blame on me for being unlikable. She says I'm arrogant and cold, and there's only so much I can get away with based on looks. She's right, I suppose, about the first part. The problem is, Amber wants more. She needs more if she's going to continue to afford her lifestyle. She spends thousands a month trying to wind back the clock and look 17 again. Sometimes I catch her observing me with disgust, like it's my fault that I'm young and she's not. And then she'll book another procedure. She sighs. "If I could enter myself." "The cut-off's 21 and you're 34, I say before I can stop myself. "Yes, I'm aware of how old I am," she snarls. "Quit being such a brat." I feel my whole face colouring. I hate that my mother can hurt me with her bad opinion. When I was a kid, I'd do anything to make her happy, but it was never enough. I wish I could stop caring what she thinks of me. I try to keep my emotions locked tightly away when it comes to her, but they still bleed through the cracks. "Anton's a friend of mine," Amber continues, glancing nervously at the photographer. "You better not embarrass me." Anton's not her friend. They collaborated a number of times, a year ago before Rose died. He used to invite us to his parties, but he was never really interested in hanging out with a woman 15 years his senior, or with me, a surly 16-year-old. That's where this game comes in. According to her, tonight is our ticket to fame and fortune. The prize money will pay for the butt implants she's been eyeing, and winning would also boost our audience. After all, Anton has a cool 100 million subscribers to our 4 million. But she needs me to win. I need me to win. She takes a slow breath. Eyes on the prize, Erin. I nod. I know. I've got it under control. I'm trusting you with this. Now let me look at you. She fusses with my extensions, scrunching the long curls and letting them fall again. Her swollen lips are pursed, like my hair has personally insulted her by not being bouncy enough. But 3 hours in the stylist chair was never going to be a match for the damp London air. You should have used more hairspray. You'll be flat by midnight, she says. Limp hair is the worst, an overly confident voice says. We both look up with a start. Striding over is Matthew, his dark faux hawk and cheesy grin making him look like he's in an old-school boy band. I have to admit that he's fairly hot, even if he does try a bit too hard. I mean, the personalised motorcycle leathers, the low-neck T-shirt that shows off a flash of waxed chest, the shark's tooth necklace. Call me a hypocrite, but I've never been a fan of boys who care too much about their appearance. He's recording me with an action cam mounted on a flashlight-sized stabiliser. That explains his friendliness. We met dozens of times during our channel's collaborations, pre-Rose's death. He always used to ignore me when there was no camera around, which is surprising given his reputation. Perhaps dating Beatrix really has changed him. I'm checking in on some of our top contestants before the game starts, he says. Are you ready, Erin? I instantly switch on the charm. The real question is, are you ready for me? He holds out the camera to get us both in the shot and laughs along with me, as good-natured as he is in Anton's video. We both know the parts we're supposed to play, the lines we have to say. I sometimes wonder if, like me, Matthew ever feels as if he's made of hollow plastic, waiting for someone else to fill him with their own fantasies. Or maybe he's bought into the lies and believes it's real. The people at home will want to know if you've remembered to pack your thermos and a spare pair of underwear, he says. I smile even wider, making my cheeks ache. I'm always prepared, Matthew. He briefly looks me over. Today I'm wearing skin-tight, wet-look leggings and an off-the-shoulder T-shirt. It's not the most obvious outfit for playing a game of tag, but sportswear isn't on brand for the Amber and Erin Love channel. I don't want to know where you've got them stashed, he says with his famous wink. Cheeky, I laugh, adjusting my T-shirt. He clears his throat and looks away, his gaze briefly settling on Amber as he does. His whole demeanour darkens. I've always had the feeling that he doesn't like her, but he used to hide it better than this. He clasps his hands, upbeat again. All right, everything's a go in 10 minutes. Your glasses will give you a countdown, and Anton will introduce the game. You good on your starting coordinates? Of course, I say, gesturing over my shoulder to a white cross on the chewing gum-stained sidewalk. A unique set of coordinates was texted to me earlier today. All the contestants are spread across several square miles, the sleeper cells of an invasion. I'm ready to go. Matthew narrows his eyes at my shoes. You know, I almost wore those exact same 6-inch spike heels today. Could have been embarrassing. Also, can you actually run in those things? Faster than you, I say. Want to have a race? My ego couldn't take it if I lost. He lowers the camera and turns off the smile. Got to go, Erin. I'll be in big trouble if I'm late. With Beatrix? Amber pipes up. He frowns. With Anton. OK, I'll be seeing you later, Erin. Bye, Matthew, Amber says. He ignores her and jogs off toward Westminster Bridge, taking the steps 2 at a time. There's a Segway parked at the top. Pushing the handlebars forward, he rolls off at a blistering 5 miles an hour. The motorbike gear is serious overkill. Amber glares after him, then checks her watch. I need to get to the hotel. I'll follow your progress online. I think she's going to leave, but she hesitates. When she speaks again, her voice is uncharacteristically quiet. We need this, Erin. You can't let us down. I won't. She watches me closely, but if she wants to say anything else, she doesn't. She clicks her fingers at the photographer, makeup artist and hairdresser, then sachets away, already scrolling through the photos from our pre-game shoot. She'll have them uploaded onto our socials in no time. Then she's gone, and I'm on my own, if you ignore the endless stream of aquarium visitors kicked out at closing time. A countdown appears on my smart glasses. 10 minutes to go. Time to get my head in the game. I stretch out my shoulders and make sure I've memorised the routes I can take from my starting position. My big advantage, other than the fact that I'm as fit as most professional athletes, is that I'm not here to play. I'm here to win. It's a competitive streak that served me well in life, even if it doesn't earn me many friends. I'm interrupted by something flickering in my field of vision. A half-transparent screen swipes open on my lenses, and a video call from Anton appears. I can see through him, like he's overlaid on the real world. I've tried smart glasses before, and they always make me feel motion sick. These new models are no better. I focus on Anton and try to block out the world behind him. He's in his well-lit office, lounging in his race car bucket seat and grinning into the camera. On the wall there are framed images from Shadow City, ghostly monsters lunging with their claws outstretched. He's dressed in one of his own branded rainbow hoodies, and he's whitened his teeth. He could almost be the fresh-faced teenager who first started up his channel all those years ago. There's the faintest sign of dark circles under his eyes, masked with concealer, though. "Accomplices!" Anton yells, spreading his arms wide. I wince. The glasses have built-in speakers. It sounds like Anton is shouting right into my brain. "Welcome to my game. Sucks to be home alone while you're having all the fun, but someone has to take the helm at Anton HQ." He turns the camera. One wall of his office is set up with dozens of screens, like a closed-circuit TV operations room. On them are the 100 feeds from our smart glasses. "I'll be watching everything. Like God, only hotter." His ego clearly hasn't mellowed with time. He winks at the camera like it was a joke. I don't think it was, though. "Oh, and if you want to be all-seeing like me, you can check out your competition's feeds, too. Flick your eyes down and to the left, and your smart glasses will open the menu. It's like magic. These smart glasses are the greatest. And in a few months, they'll go on sale. Hint, hint." I ignore the advertising spiel and try out the menu. Several icons appear superimposed over the real world. I scroll between them with a flick of my gaze and open them with a blink. It's clever, I have to give him that. Like having your cell phone projected in front of your eyes. "You've also got a map where you'll be able to see the locations of the opposition. Now, here's the best part. I can change the accuracy of your position shown on the map. Anything from a precise location to a 50-yard radius, meaning my favourites will have an advantage and be harder to catch." He's not telling me anything that his pre-recorded video didn't explain earlier, but I listen carefully all the same. "Any minute now, the wristband lights will come on, and you'll find out if you're starting the game as a chaser or a runner. Remember, chasers are blue, and they can tag out a red runner by getting within 5 yards of them for longer than 10 seconds. How long you stay a chaser or runner is up to me. So, get ready to fight for your prize." Fight I can do. I'm no spoiled princess who's scared of breaking a nail, even if that's what you believe from watching my channel. I'll break whatever it takes. Break whoever it takes. Anton sits forward in his chair and stops smiling. "Now, being serious for a minute, there have been some health and safety concerns raised about my game. I wanted to reassure everyone that this is totally under control. I have people out there keeping an eye on things, and if anyone gets in trouble, someone will be right there to help. Okay? Okay." I snort. Wouldn't want any more negative publicity, would you, Anton? One dead girl is enough. "One final thing." He claps his hands. "My accomplices, Matthew and Beatrix, have been busy organising a few special surprises. You'll be able to earn advantages by competing in a little treasure hunt of challenges that I've set up. The first location is the place where we created my second stunt. You do know where my second stunt was filmed, right? Like I pay attention to that sort of thing. So it's lucky that, for the past year, I've been dating someone who happens to be now working behind the scenes on Anton's game. Jesse isn't the kind of boy people expect me to be dating. He's quiet and skinny, with unruly hair that never lies flat. He doesn't care about his clothes and has never been inside a gym. But that's why I like him. It's refreshing to be with someone for whom those things don't matter. There's enough vanity in my world. Jesse's my boy on the inside. He's going to help me win this competition. Get ready to play, accomplices, Anton says. The video call ends and the projected screen closes. The map in the corner of my vision updates. I bring it up with a glance. My closest competitor is 100 yards away. Depending on whether my bracelet goes blue for chaser or red for runner, I will either be running toward or away from grey 26. This is it. This is my chance. See, I'm not playing to win for my mother's ambitions. I'm playing for me and Jesse. The money would be enough for us to start a new life. Jesse could pay to record his demo album and go on tour. I wouldn't have to pose for a photo ever again. All those hours in the gym, pretending to care about my thigh gap and my bicep definition. All those climbing lessons and Pilates and spin classes. All that wasted time pandering to my mother's obsession with my looks. Protein shakes, chin-ups, hours being primped and plucked. All of it has led up to this moment. I'm done being made of hollow plastic, ready for my mother to fill me with her dreams and her ambitions. This game is my way out, my future, and losing is not an option.
4. Grayson. 5 minutes and counting. I should be thinking about the game. Instead, I'm worrying about Lenny. I've texted her close to a dozen times since she left. I even sent her photos of the smart glasses, which I know she must be salivating over. No reply. Lenny is permanently attached to her phone. She must have seen my messages. The only explanation is that she's deliberately ghosting me. Lenny isn't the sulking type. She's either fully in, or she's completely out. Like, when I ask her about old friends and relationships, she'll brush it off as the past, walk away, and never look back. 3 minutes. I pace next to a gaudy carousel by the river, unsure of which way to go. I don't want to lose Lenny, but I also can't stop thinking about how much I want to kick Anton in the nads, live-streamed for all to see. Is revenge worth the price of losing my best mate? I check my phone again. Nothing. 1 minute. I need to focus. The closest spot on the map is Erin 19. I have to be ready to run or chase. I'm not ready. I'm panicking. 30 seconds. I feel like I'm going to puke, and the glasses cam will catch it all. Awesome. I take a deep, slow breath. Calm the hell down, Grayson. Only I can't. I'm not analytical and logical like Lenny. I'm not fiery and confident like Rose. I need someone to keep me from spinning out of control, and now I have no one. I know that this vendetta will change nothing. So why am I not walking away? 10 seconds. What is wrong with me? I still don't have a plan. My brain is a colander, and my thoughts are water trickling everywhere. 3, 2, 1. Game on flashes in front of my eyes. The light on my wrist turns red, but I can't remember if that means I'm a runner or a chaser. So I just stand there. Go, 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 the smart glasses say. The map superimposed over my field of vision activates. The spots start to move. Erin 19 is heading my way, extremely fast. She's blue, and I'm red. Red is for runner. I need to be running. Okay, I can do this. One foot in front of the other. I speed up to a jog, earning me ogles from a group of preppy student types drinking at a pop-up gin bar. One of them, already drunk and red-faced, despite the hour, stumbles in front of me, and I nearly trip. I glance over my shoulder, but there's no sign of Erin 19 yet. There's a flicker in the corner of my vision. I think it's a person watching me, but they step out of sight almost immediately. When I look, there's no one there. I tell myself it's the glasses glitching, but a heavy feeling of dread settles in my belly. "Steady on," a lad in a wrinkled shirt says, nudging his mate. "Check that out." That's when I spot her. A beautiful, red-headed girl is sprinting along the embankment like an athlete, although she's dressed more like she's heading to a club. Shiny black leggings, an off-the-shoulder band t-shirt, and lace-up ankle boots with huge, sharp heels. The rock chick look for people who don't actually listen to rock music. Erin 19. I gawk at her as she runs at me with her hair a billowing storm. A pre-Raphaelite goddess with her flawless skin and bone structure that could cut you to pieces. She reaches the group of drinkers and shoves people aside like they're bowling pins. A plastic glass explodes its contents. A slow-motion eruption of mint leaves and cucumber slices goes flying into the air. Bloody hell. I snap out of my daze and run. Erin 19 is right behind me. My wristband buzzes and a countdown starts on my screen. 10 seconds and I'll be tagged out. Unless I can get more than 5 yards away from this girl and stay that way. I speed up. The countdown stops. I race beneath a rusty railway bridge where builders are constructing a shipping container taco bar. I risk another look over my shoulder. She's still chasing me, and her porcelain skin is barely flushed. This girl's the goddamn Terminator. I emerge onto the south bank. I weave through the trees, past the outdoor diners. I can hardly breathe. There's a graffiti-covered skate park tucked away under the Royal Festival Hall. I vault over the metal fence and slalom between the skaters. I think I can get out the other side, but it's a dead end. Shit. I spin around. Erin 19 has caught up. She slows to a walk on the other side of the fence. I can see her eyeing every direction I could take, figuring out my possible trajectories and our intercept points. I try to do the same, but my hamster-wheeled brain won't engage. I walk backward into a dirty puddle. Erin 19 ducks beneath the fence and carefully descends the steps. The skaters have noticed something's going on, and most have stopped moving. They watch me and Erin 19, some of them recording us on their phones. "You're good," I gasp. "We've only been playing for a few minutes." "It's nothing personal," she says, eyeing me like I'm prey. It feels kind of personal. I flick my hair out of my eyes and look for a way to escape. Think, I tell myself. "Why aren't you running?" Erin says. "You're choking, aren't you? 5 minutes in and you can't hack it." "Shush, Ms. Motivator. I'm still trying to come up with a game plan." My vision flickers again. A figure, just out of sight, watching me. "You can't stay here forever. Your GPS location has to move, or you're disqualified." "I listen to the rules too, you know." I didn't listen to the rules. "I need to win this thing, all right. So, can't we You know. She laughs cruelly in reply. It was a long shot, I suppose. All right. A plan. I have a plan. Anton? I say, craning my head to peer around her. No way! And she falls for it. The moment she turns to glance over her shoulder, I run. I vault the fence and push my way through our audience. My tracker countdown briefly activates, but then I'm running with everything I have, which isn't much. People cheer and jeer. Run, run, run! A group of girls chants, whistling at me and applauding. I do run, but so does Erin 19, and she's much faster than I am. I can hear her heels clicking as she gets closer. I glance back. She's nearly within 5 yards of me. Did you train for this? I gasp. I work out for 4 hours a day, she calls out, and I don't think she's joking. I head along the river, past the ugly brutalism of the National Theatre, toward an arty little wharf where I was hoping I could lose her. I'm not sure how long I can keep on going, though. I have to hope that my bracelet turns blue soon, and I'm no longer a runner. It's the only way I'm going to escape. A group of people gets in my way, and Erin 19 gains on me, enough to activate my countdown again. 10, 9. I pull away. She catches up again. 10, 9, 8. I shove my way past a group of women with buggies, chatting by the river. I bounce off a tree. My heart's an overinflated balloon. Erin 19 manages to catch hold of my leather jacket. 10, 9. I yank myself free and quicken my pace. I've got you, she says, and the monster isn't even out of breath. You haven't tagged me yet. I will. 10, 9, 8. I change direction and use a large group of kids with matching red backpacks and baseball caps to put a few extra yards between me and Erin 19. But she goes straight through them, ignoring their shouts of surprise. 10, 9, 8. I stretch my body away from her. My muscles scream from the effort. 7, 6, 5. She really does have me. 4, 3. Then there's a cry and a thud. The countdown stops. I skid to a halt. When I look back, Erin 19 is sprawled face down on the cobbles. She pushes herself up onto her hands and knees and stares at me, open-mouthed. You okay? I say. She slowly heaves herself upright with a wince. She doesn't come at me. We stand there, watching each other from a safe distance. She looks seriously angry, a stereotypical mean girl, all pretty and polished, and raging when she doesn't get her way. Girls like her are terrifying. You know, I couldn't run in those shoes either, I say. She makes a disgusted face. I can run fine, you arsehole. They trip me up. I look in the direction she's pointing. There's a dark-clothed jogger heading away from our position. Perhaps they bumped into her. They didn't even stop to make sure she wasn't hurt. This city is brutal. Friend of yours? Erin 19 says. I laugh. You really think I planned this? I don't plan anything. Before she can reply, my wristband buzzes. The colour has changed from red to blue, runner to chaser. Reverse, reverse, reverse. My glasses flash. Erin 19 is no longer a chaser. She's the one who needs to run now. She doesn't. She studies me closely. It's like she's challenging me to make a move. I'm way too scared of her, though. I'll see you around, Grey 26, she finally says. She jogs away and doesn't even bother checking to see if I'm chasing her. Rock hard. I breathe out slowly and try to get my heart rate under control. People are staring, so I leave the river behind and turn onto a street where hundreds of soulless windows look down on me. I stop outside a posh hotel and sit on the edge of their ornamental flower bed, resting my head on my knees. I've been there a minute when I hear someone walk up behind me. "Smooth," they say. "You've got the prize in the bag." I look around. Lenny eyes me coldly, her braids escaping from beneath a hood pulled low over her face. She's dressed head to toe in black. There's even a mask covering her lower face, so only her dark brown eyes are visible. "Don't look at me." "What are you doing here?" I say, staring at my feet. "Or talk. Come on." Shielding her face with a hand, she gestures for me to follow her. We head toward Waterloo train station. Lenny keeps her back to me and stays mostly off to the side so the cam on my glasses won't pick her up. I'm not sure where she's going. Then she turns off into the brightly lit Leek Street tunnel. Inside, the walls are covered in graffiti. There are several artists working away and visitors taking photos. Rose brought me here for a date once, and I was awed by the colours and the way she kissed me. The smell of paint solvent brings it all back. I've gone a few yards when my signal cuts out. A 5-minute timer appears on my lenses. "I'm out of range," I say. "What are you doing here?" She pulls her face mask down so I can experience the full impact of her glare. "Other than saving your unprepared ass from being the first person tagged out." "You were the jogger who tripped Erin 19. Thanks for that. Even if you have made me an enemy of the toughest girl in this competition." "That girl was Erin Love, the famous influencer." She digs in her bag and takes out a tiny earpiece and a box the size of a cell phone with a long cord. She loops the cord around my neck and tucks the box into my pocket. "This will allow us to talk," she says, offering me the earpiece. "I can listen in on what you're up to and feed you instructions." "We'll be spies." I put the small earbud in and wiggle it for good measure. Why?" "Let's be realistic. You'll never survive without me." She hesitates. "I can't promise I'll be able to help you win, but I can help you stay in the competition longer than 5 minutes. "You're going to help me?" She shrugs. "It's helping myself, too. Maybe after tonight I won't have to listen to you pining over Rose." This is what she was doing all afternoon when I couldn't reach her, preparing for the game, because she knew I wouldn't. I'm hit by a sudden surge of affection and pull her into a hug. After this is over, there'll be no more ghosts, I promise. To my surprise, her expression darkens. She disentangles herself and steps away. "Let's get through tonight first." She forces a smile. 5 minutes is almost up. You'd better go." She's right. The timer on my glasses is nearly down to the last minute. "Are you sure you're okay with this?" I ask. "I'm not sure I have any choice." Her expression softens, and she gestures for me to go. "Run out the other end of the tunnel, and they'll believe you are cutting through." The countdown on my glasses says 30 seconds, so run is what I do. I burst out into the fresh air with moments to go. The timer stops, and I pause to catch my breath. I want to look back to see if Lenny is there, but my camera would pick her up. I have to walk away. I feel more alone than ever. But then Lenny's voice is in my ear. "Let's get you to that first challenge," she says. "You've got some butt to kick if you want to redeem yourself." I smile to myself. With Lenny on my side, things are looking up. Then I turn a corner and am met with bright red words spray-painted on a concrete wall. They're dripping, like blood. Each letter is 2 feet high and traced over twice. The words read, "I was murdered." I can't help but think this message is meant for me.
5. Charlotte. Half an hour into the game, and I'm already stuck up a tree. One with a spindly trunk and creaking branches that are threatening to snap at any moment. The tree's growing inside the church ruins of St. Dunstan in the east. It's totally the sort of place I'd go on a daydream date with Anton. Creepers grow out of huge Gothic windows. Benches are hidden in little alcoves. The roof is open to the elements, so I'm bathed in dappled sunlight rustling through leaves. Anton and I would sit together, our fingers grazing as we snuck our hands closer and closer. There'd be a string quartet playing in the background. He'd pull me toward him, and I'd close my eyes, lips parting. I haven't had the chance to plot out any more of the fantasy, though. The problem is the 2 boys flanking the base of my tree. They're working together and have chased me up here. Now they're jumping at me like badly dressed Labradors. Their handles are Sean 23 and Spar 97, but I've renamed them Blondie and Spike based on their hairstyles. "Grab her leg and pull her down," Blondie says. He's not much older than me, with an explosion of bleached hair. "I can't reach," Spike says. His brown hair is styled into sharp points. My bracelet briefly activates with a buzz. I edge farther up the tree and stretch my arm high above my head so that it's out of range. Every time a breeze catches the tree, it bends enough that the bracelet buzzes. A small crowd of people who were picnicking inside the ruins have gathered to watch us. Presumably they think we're acting out some kind of weird performance art, since none of them are trying to help me. A girl being bullied by 2 boys? Someone should definitely be intervening. "Come down already," Spike taunts. "You can't stay in one place for longer than 5 minutes. This is true, and I've already been up the tree for 2 minutes. My one hope is the colours will switch again, like they have twice already. "You're going to have to run," Blondie says, "and we'll chase you." He barks and his friend laughs. "We'll give you a head start," Spike says, smirking. "Honest." I glare at him. Bullies really get my goat, especially bullies who dress in skin-tight red jeans. No one in red jeans has ever turned out to be a decent human. Fact. Ugh, I feel such disgust just looking at him. He's a fungal crotch infection waiting to happen. "You're laughing now, but when your mate turns on you, you'll be tagged out within seconds. You look slow," I say. His smirk fades. "We're working together, so that won't happen." "But you are slow, right?" "Shut up!" He fidgets in his stupid jeans. "Strategy is more important than speed." Blondie snorts with laughter. Spike rounds on him. "Seriously? We have a deal, right? You better stick to the deal." "Sure," Blondie says. "Rock, paper, scissors once we're down to the final 2. "As if," I say. "Shut up!" Spike snaps. My bracelet buzzes with a 30-second warning. Damn, I'm out of time. I briefly consider staying up in the tree and letting it time out. That way neither of the horrible boys gets to claim the tag. But I'm not giving up on Anton that easily. Besides, my branch makes the decision for me and breaks. Screaming slasher movie victim style, I grab at leaves and twigs in an attempt to stay in the tree. But it's no use. I'm going down, and Anton's not here to catch me. Which is why I stretch out my arms and legs like a flying squirrel and aim for Spike. "What the... Oh!" he cries. All in all, He's a fairly soft landing. I don't have time to check whether he's okay. My bracelet has activated, and I need to run. I scramble to my feet and shove my way through the gasping crowd. I trip over a spiky bush, barely keeping my balance. The archway leading outside is ahead, and I think I'm going to make it, but then Blondie grabs my hood, yanking me backward. Anger surges inside me. I pull myself free, then grab both halves of his scarf and yank them tight, briefly choking him. I set off at a sprint, tripping and flailing as I race to get my bracelet out of range. The countdown gets all the way to 3, but then it stops. I'm safe, for a few seconds at least. I glance over my shoulder. I spot Blondie searching for me in the crowd, but Spike is missing. "Gotcha!" he says, appearing from around the side of the church, panting with exertion and favouring his left leg. I fly toward one of the glassless windows and scramble up the rough stone. I squeeze through and drop onto the opposite side, landing in a flower bed. I'm on my feet in no time, running for the gates, but the boys are already right behind me. I'm not proud to admit it, yet I can't help but scream as I run. I'm expending valuable energy and making myself look like a real idiot. But being chased is literally the worst thing. I skid out of the gate and around the corner, but I lose my footing and have to grab at the railings. Then my bracelet buzzes, and, with a sinking feeling, I know I'm done for. Except the light's gone blue. Blue! I'm no longer a runner. I'm a chaser. I triumphantly face the boys. "Ha!" I say. "Who's first?" It takes a moment for the boys to understand. Then they run back through the church garden. I go after Spike. He's as slow as I expected, especially now that he's limping. "You shouldn't have worn skinny jeans," I say. "You sacrifice speed for fashion." "Help!" Spike yells. "Mate, some help!" Blondie doesn't come to Spike's aid. I grab him by the waistband. My fingers touch sweaty flesh, which is revolting, but I hold on tight as he struggles. "This is what happens when you are a mean person," I say. "You think Anton wants a mean person working for him? No, he doesn't. Which is why I'm making it my night's mission to protect him from people like you." The timer buzzes faster and faster, and then his light goes out. I release him immediately and wipe my hand on my jeans. "Psycho!" he snarls and storms off red-faced. "I'm not a psycho," I call after him, my tone sugary sweet. I smooth down my Anton hoodie. "I'm Anton's #1 fan." I'm also on the leaderboard. I jump up and down in delight as it refreshes, with me in 10th place. My excitement earns me some more odd glances, so I figure it's time to get moving. I compose myself and leave St. Dunstan's little oasis and return to the noisy city. Fantasy Anton strolls at my side. "Nice one, Lola," he says, his fingers accidentally brushing against mine. "I knew you could do this." I'm actually surprising myself, I admit. I guess anything's possible with a bit of motivation. "I am very motivating," he says with a wink. We stop on London Bridge and gaze down the river toward the magnificent Tower Bridge. The water sparkles where the sun hits its ripples, and all these boats bob along so peacefully. A light breeze catches my hair, and I'm filled with this feeling of pure joy that makes me want to laugh out loud. "The city is so beautiful," I murmur. "Yeah, totally," Anton says, and I can see that he's staring at me, not the river. I shake my head. That isn't quite right, so I rewind a few seconds. "This city is beautiful," I say. "So beautiful," Anton says, his voice catching. He reaches out to brush a stray hair from my face. So beautiful." No, that's too soppy. I've ruined the fantasy now, and Anton's vanished. "I'm going to find you," I tell the empty space. "I'll win this game, and then you'll finally see me." With renewed determination, I set off for the Natural History Museum, where Anton's second stunt was filmed. Back when my mum last took me there, She was still trying to be a mum, and there was a giant diplodocus taking centre stage in the atrium. By the time Anton staged his stunt, my mum had checked out, and the dinosaur had been replaced by a whale. That stunt was the first time I saw Anton. We were visiting Roger at his house, a few weeks before Mum abruptly moved us in with him and his son. We sat squished together in the living room, with its garish daisy print wallpaper and clashing curtains, chosen by Roger's first wife over a decade ago. Roger and Mum chatted and laughed, leaving me sitting awkwardly on the edge of the sofa beside Matthew. He was a selfish ass even then. Slouched into his seat, he rested his feet on the coffee table and spread his legs so far apart I had to huddle into a ball to avoid being touched by his knee. He spent the whole time playing on his phone, chuckling to himself. I was bored, so I peeked over his shoulder at the video he was watching. I kept a lid on my curiosity for a full 10 minutes, until I couldn't take it anymore. "What is that?" I said. He looked up, surprised that I dared to speak to him.
"This? Oh, it's a stunt me and some friends filmed the other day. I'm uploading it once I've looked it over."
"A stunt? Bikes jumping through rings of fire?" He laughed and shook his head.
"Nah, nothing so daring. It's more of a prank or a practical joke. People make millions out of this sort of thing. We're going to be huge."
He shuffled closer to me and restarted the video. Anton and the accomplices, Anton, Matthew and Beatrix back then, were dressed in Halloween skeleton costumes. They were filming themselves as they ran around the museum, chasing each other and tripping over their own feet, unable to talk for laughing. A couple of security guards were trying to stop them, but the skeletons kept diving out of the way. It doesn't sound that funny, except one of the boys caught my eye. He was at the centre of everything at the museum. I'd never seen someone so animated, someone so confident, so loud and hilarious. The boys I knew at school talked in grunts and mumbles, making jokes about their balls and farting on the bus. But he was different. Everything he said was clever and witty. When he took off his mask, he was beautiful, with glossy hair and sparkling eyes. "This is really good," I said, taking the phone from Matthew's hand.
"Yeah,"
he said.
"Thanks. You know, you should come and meet Anton and the lads sometime. We're having a party in a few weeks. It's going to be legendary."
Of course, this was back when Matthew was still making an effort to be nice to me, before he decided I was beneath him and unworthy of dating his friend. "Anton," I repeated, unable to take my eyes off the beautiful boy. That was where it started, the moment I fell in love. I stopped walking. A flashing spot on my map has caught my attention. There's another contestant, Emma 98, nearby. We're both chasers, so it's not like I'm in any danger, but it's weird that I can't see them anywhere. According to the map, they should be right here. Suddenly, a hand clamps over my mouth and someone drags me down a concrete ramp into a poorly lit underground parking garage. I struggle, but they're too strong. My GPS signal fails, and I realise with horror that I have 5 minutes before I'm out of Anton's game. I bite down hard on their finger. "Ouch!" a girl's voice says. "I just wanted to talk to you without being recorded." Their grip loosens and I jump around, raising my fists into a fighting stance. The figure is hard to make out since it's so dark in here. Also, she's wearing a wide-brimmed hat and trench coat, like she bought a comedy spy costume off the internet. I lower my hand slightly and squint at her. "What do you want?" I say. "The truth," she says meaningfully. She takes a voice recorder out of her pocket and holds it in front of her. "I'm a reporter, or I want to be one day. For now, I'm covering Anton's game from the inside from my school paper." I cross my arms. "Does he know?" "Not exactly, but he loves publicity, right?" She has a point. "I'm listening." "You're Charlotte, Matthew Bright's sister?" Not the direction I thought this conversation would go in. "Stepsister-to-be? What about it?" "My name's Emma Sarno, and—" I gasp. "Wait! You're the girl who tried to sell that story about Matthew's affair. You took it to the tabloids. He told me about you. Did he also tell you how Anton's lawyers threatened me with all sorts of trouble that terrified my parents? She shifts slightly, and I get to see the outline of her features. She looks even more like a teenager playing dress-up now, with her smooth, straight ponytail and metal braces. I had to drop the whole thing, but it wasn't like I'd get much money for a story about Matthew anyway. I just wanted to get noticed. Well, I believed you. Why else would he have been pictured in his underwear leaving a hotel if he weren't cheating? Exactly. But he's not why I wanted to talk to you. I'm more interested in Rose. I step back from her, our brief camaraderie gone. What about Rose? I was at the party where she died, or I was for a while at least. Matthew threw me out when he realised I was taking photos for an article on Anton and his team. Ever since then, I've wondered what really happened that night. I overheard some of them arguing and... Wait, what sort of article? I interrupt. All those rumours of fighting between the accomplices and the drug and alcohol use at Anton's party. It was going to be a super cool exposé that I could have pitched to real magazines. Only then Rose died and the party stopped. No, I'm not interested. You're a parasite and you need to leave poor Anton alone. I turn on my heel and march away. Don't you think he's been through enough? Don't you think Rose went through enough? I ignore her and hurry up the ramp into the open. My GPS signal returns, and I breathe a sigh of relief. There's no time to dwell on some wannabe journalist. I have a game to win. When tonight is over, I'm determined that no one will think of me as Matthew Bright's sister ever again. It's time that they saw me for who I really am. 6. Erin. I am going to destroy him. Grey 26, pretending to be harmless and vulnerable, with his pretty boy looks and skinny black jeans, when, all along, the scheming bastard had some girl waiting in the wings to help him cheat. The cheating is understandable. It's the fact that someone who looks like an emo hair model got one up on me that really pisses me off. And the fact that I didn't see it coming. The thought makes me squeeze my cardboard cup too hard, and a fountain of lukewarm black coffee erupts from the top. God damn it! I yell, hurling the cup at the wall and shaking liquid from my hand. My map updates, and I spot another contestant sneaking toward me. I'm a runner, so strictly speaking, I should be running, but I'm too angry to put up with anyone trying to chase me. Instead, I march in their direction with my hands in tight little rage balls. The girl halts when she sees me coming. Oh my God, it's you! I can't believe this! Take a photo, it will last longer. Her eyes widen like I've slapped her. Come on then, I say. I fucking dare you. She opens her mouth like a fish. I roar at her, a guttural noise of pent-up frustration and fury, and she scampers. Coward. I lean against the wall and try to get my breathing under control. Amber will be furious that I'm not making more effort to be likeable, but it's actually liberating to not give a shit. My phone rings. I worry that it's Amber, but it's Jesse. At last. I was beginning to think he was ignoring me. Usually he's the one texting me all the time. I sit on the edge of the sidewalk and answer. I was wondering when you'd call.
Yeah, I know. Some of us have to work for a living, he teases. And it's not like you need my help or anything.
He's right. I'm winning the competition by an easy margin. Of the 30 contestants tagged out so far, I've gotten 6 of them. Like I said, I'm done being a princess with lowered eyes and a pretty smile. I want to be the scary monster with teeth for once.
Anton will start choosing favourites soon, he continues. You're obviously up there, with Sean 23 and Charo 2.
I recognise one of those handles. Sean 23's been almost matching me for points the whole time. They're my only real competition. I scan the leaderboard and find Charo 2 in 9th, with 2 tags. Why is the last one a problem?
I overheard Anton FaceTiming Matthew about her. She's Matthew's little sister, so he wants her out of the contest. Obviously, Anton is going to keep her.
To piss him off? I have to be careful what I say, in case someone's listening in on my feed and realises one of Anton's crew is helping me.
Anton doesn't like being told what to do, and he thinks it's funny that she's entered.
Poor boy, I laugh, thinking about how much Matthew must be quaking in that muscle tee of his. Jessie goes quiet. He hates Matthew almost as much as he hates Anton. Are you there? I say.
I can't stand this. You running around all tarted up while Anton and Matthew play you like a pawn.
It upsets me when Jessie gets jealous. Don't get me wrong, it's flattering that he cares so much about me, but he acts as if I'm some naive kid who can't handle boys like Anton and Matthew. I'm no pawn. If they're the king and his knight, then I'm the opposing queen. They only think they're in charge, I say. We're going to show them.
Yeah, I can't wait to be out of this hellhole. You and me, babe. Just us.
He moves the phone to his other hand with a rustle.
All right, so the first challenge. That's why I called. You need to be heading for the Natural History Museum.
I eye my map. It's a bit of a trek. Grey 26 is heading there too. This could be my chance to take him down.
I'm here now, setting up. If we bump into each other, you better pretend you don't find me irresistible, or I'll lose my job.
I'll try to hold myself back.
Hold yourself back from Matthew too. If he even looks at you the wrong way, I swear...
I can deal with him, I interrupt.
Yeah, I know.
He must step outside, as his voice is partially obscured by traffic noise.
Win this thing, Erin. We need this.
Love you, I say, but he's already gone. Usually talking to Jessie makes me feel warm on the inside, but this conversation has left me uneasy, slightly grubby, and I don't know why. There's no time to dwell on it. I jump to my feet and break into a jog. I have 30 minutes to get to the challenge and 2 miles to run. I can do it in 25, though, even in these shoes. It's exhilarating pounding the pavement with the cool breeze against my face. Amber doesn't like it when I go out running. It's too sweaty and unattractive, according to her. But it's one of the few times that I feel free, and the only way I can meet up with Jessie. I plan my runs to coincide with the time he gets off work at a local guitar shop. When I first met Jessie, he was a member of Anton's security team and a general drudge. Jessie hated taking orders from Anton and Matthew. He put up with the bullying and impossible demands because he's a grafter who rarely turns down a paycheck. Plus, he wanted to get into the music industry, and Anton had contacts. Then Rose died, and the operation shut down. Nearly a year later, Matthew called Jessie to offer him his old job back. Jessie came to me right away and told me his plan, to trick Anton out of the prize money and then disappear. We let Amber think entering me was her idea. In reality, Jessie had everything mapped out long before she even heard of the game. Before I know it, I've reached the tree-lined street on which the museum is located. The museum has just closed for the evening, and there are dozens of families with small kids milling about outside. I stop for a few moments to catch my breath and stretch my calves. When I walk on, my bracelet turns white and I lose my map, so I must have entered a geo-fenced area. That means there will be no runners and chasers for this challenge. The red metal gates leading into the museum grounds stand slightly ajar. I walk up the path toward the building. It's huge, with intricate stone carvings and an impressive arched entranceway that reminds me of a cathedral. I pause. Materializing from the shadows, then disintegrating again, are smoky spectres with glowing red eyes. Shadow City ghosts. I was wondering when Anton's baby would rear its ugly head. The speaker in my smart glasses crackles close to my ear.
Erin, you made it just in time,
Matthew says.
Your mission is to rescue Anton from the ghosts. He is somewhere inside the museum.
I raise an eyebrow. He's in the museum? I thought he was in his home office.
Shush, Matthew says. Use your imagination.
I eye the deserted entrance. You have permission for us to be here? Matthew chuckles.
Of course not. There are 13 ghosts inside, each worth a different number of points if you can exorcise them. Once they've been found, Anton's location will be revealed. The first person to reach him will win the final points. At the end of the challenge, the person with the highest score wins a special prize. Anyone with 0 is out of the game.
I hesitate outside the doors. Wait, out of the whole game?
Yup. Still want to play?
I'm not playing. I take one of the foam swords propped up outside. It's black and white checked, like a QR code. And when I lift it, my smart glasses turn into a glowing axe. I spin it on my palm and step inside.
Last one in.
This time Matthew's voice is real rather than coming through my speakers. I spot him standing inside the doors, slouching up against the wall with his quiff sagging over one eye. He's changed into a tight white t-shirt, paired with the biker pants. He's filming me with his action cam. I angle my body to look my best on camera. I like to make an entrance, get myself noticed. He smiles joylessly and puts the camera away, immediately dropping the friendly act.
You should watch out for the security guards. Maybe try not being noticed for once. You get caught and no one's going to rescue you.
I can rescue myself, I say.
I don't doubt that.
He strolls outside and gently closes the door. The atrium is vast and empty like a cave. It smells of the ghosts of cafe food and screaming children. Without visitors, it feels wrong. Somewhere I'm not supposed to be. The dusky space is lit up with glowing blue lights. They illuminate a huge skeleton suspended from the ceiling. A blue whale, I believe. Its jawbone is the size of a car. At ground level, there are fewer lights, so everything is shadows and dark nooks. Arched tunnels lead out of the atrium into other wings of the museum, or small side rooms housing more exhibits. Hurried footsteps make me duck behind a display case. A security guard comes jogging down the stairs and across the main hall.
It's a bunch of kids with foam swords,
he says into his radio.
No, I don't know how they got in.
He tries the front door and, finding it unlocked, swears under his breath. He throws the bolts.
They were moving toward the Earth galleries. Head them off.
The radio crackles with a reply that I can't make out.
They've put up cameras to record themselves. I'm going to kick their asses, the man barks. No, hold off on the police for now. We'll be in deep shit for not securing the building.
I wait until he's gone, then slip out of my hiding place. I could let myself out, escape into the night and live to play another challenge. But I'm not going to do that. Instead, I head to the left, in the opposite direction of the security guard. 13 ghosts, Matthew said. It's time to go hunting. I venture down a long corridor, my feet echoing on the stone floor. Growing up, my mother never brought me anywhere like this. We were always too busy with modelling shoots or interviews or filming. A museum crammed full of noise and smelly bodies. Ugh, I would have hated it. At least, that's what I tell myself. Suddenly, there's a terrible scream. It sounds like a murder. As quickly as it started, it ends. I walk on, this time turning slowly on the spot so that nothing can creep up on me. I weave through a room of dinosaurs, some skeletons, some fiberglass models. There's a suspended metal walkway overhead. I hear footsteps, but when I look up, they stop. There's so little light, I can't tell if there's someone up there, watching me from above. But I do spot a small camera attached to the wall. I'm presuming this is part of what Jesse was talking about when he said he was setting up for the challenge. I blow the camera a kiss and continue on my way. The shadows shift, and a shape peels itself from the wall. I've played Shadow City on my phone a few times, but it's different through the smart glasses. The spectre is human-shaped, but not. Its limbs are too long, and its fingers trail almost to the ground as it moves. Where there should be features, there's nothing but 2 glowing red embers and a grey, stretched skin face. I ready myself with a sword, but, right then, a security guard appears in the doorway. His flashlight flicks its long beam from wall to wall. I quickly jump back and slip behind a model of a raptor. If I stay dead still, he might miss me. The man slowly paces toward my hiding place, and so does the ghost. It reaches its arms out, and its face tears open to reveal a gaping mouth breathing out wisps of smoke. Uh-oh, you're in trouble. Matthew's voice taunts in my ear. The ghost drifts closer on legs made of smoke. If I move, the security guard will spot me, and I'll not only be out of the competition, but I'll probably be arrested. The guard approaches. If he comes much closer, then he'll see me. The ghost opens its mouth into a wide black hole that takes up most of its face. Its lips are ragged, split skin. Then there's a shout from a neighbouring gallery, and the security guard runs toward it. I quickly bring my axe up and slash it across the ghost's torso in an X shape, then strike it in the heart. It explodes into smoke.
So close,
Matthew says. Is it me, or does he sound disappointed?
Congratulations on making it onto the leaderboard with 25 points.
I open the menu on my smart glasses, and a leaderboard drops in front of the real world. I'm in 4th place, behind Charo 2, Matthew's sister. Grey 26 is at the bottom with 0 points. I don't know how I feel about him flaking out of the contest thanks to his own ineptitude. It's not the revenge I was hoping for. I exercise 2 more ghosts, and soon I'm top of the leaderboard. Sean 23 is in 2nd place. Grey 26 is yet to score. With 11 of the 13 ghosts found, it won't be long until Anton's location is revealed and someone scores big. I walk through the deserted galleries. Every now and then I hear a scream or running footsteps. I step into a long, narrow room full of stuffed mammals. They're creepy in the near dark, with their shriveled black lips and glass eyes. I'm so busy staring at them that I nearly miss a familiar figure lurking in the narrow gap between a display case and the wall. Shiny hair, sparkly leather jacket, jeans too short for his skinny legs, air of confusion. He seems to be having a conversation with a stuffed polar bear's butt.
I'm trying, he whispers, but this game terrifies me.
Who are you talking to? I say. Grey 26 jumps and thuds against the glass. His arms and legs do an impression of a panicked octopus as he falls out from behind the display case.
Whoa! Where'd you come from? You scared the life out of me.
Keep your voice down, I hiss. You'll get us arrested.
Why do you think I'm hiding in here?
He says, grinning. He removes something from his ear and tucks it hurriedly into his pocket. I'm suddenly hit by a surge of unexpected fury. Here I am, giving this game everything, and he's hiding. I don't know what you think's so funny, I snap. You'll be out for good if you don't score some points. His face falls.
Maybe that would be for the best,
he sighs. Then quit, I say. Leave the competition for those of us with the balls for it. I walk away with a swish of my hair. My long fingernails dig into the palms of my hands. I don't understand why I'm letting this dopey-ass boy get to me. He's not particularly hot or interesting or a threat to me. Maybe that's the problem. He's nothing, and still he got one over on me.
Thanks for the pep talk,
Grey 26 shouts after me, laughter in his voice. Go blow a koala, I snap without looking back. Outside the gallery, I lean against the checkerboard bricks to catch my breath. Hold it together, I tell myself. I'm winning this thing. Grey 26 doesn't matter. He doesn't need me to send him out of the competition. He's doing that by himself. Footsteps approach, and I figure Grey 26 has decided to continue our conversation. I quickly duck into an unfinished exhibition titled Ghosts of the Past. It's about technology that can save endangered and extinct species, or it will be once everything's been unpacked. At the moment, there's a maze of poster boards, crates that spill over with packing material, and a few animal specimens. I hear something. I stand on tiptoe to look through a gap between empty display cases. The gallery is unlit and quiet, like a held breath. Suddenly, someone kicks my knee out and shoves me in the small of my back. I fall face first into a crate, swallowed by reams of suffocating plastic. A bang. No light. A series of heavy thuds thunder through the small box. A nail gun, I realise. I struggle to turn onto my back. I kick out, but the box's lid doesn't budge. I'm trapped in this coffin-like crate, and there's no way out.
7. Grayson. What do you mean she has a point? I cross my arms and glare at the taxidermy lion with its accusing eyes and disapproving frown. I have balls. But I am no predator. I'm tall and skinny and weak. If I were one of the animals in the cabinet, I'd be some kind of goat, a slow-running prey animal. I came here for revenge, but I'm a coward. The little goat inside me keeps bleating that I'm making a fool of myself. I came here hoping to ruin Anton's game/life. I'm rapidly realizing that hatred is not the same thing as a well-thought-through plan. Now I don't know if I should go home or soldier on. One thing is for sure, I can't stay here, hiding among these dead things. I need to do something. The leaderboard updates as the last of the 13 ghosts is exorcised by Sean 23. A new flashing spot appears on my map in the main atrium. The final points. The boss level. I sigh and force myself to move. I'm on my way when I hear a hollow knocking sound like pounding at the door. It's accompanied by a muffled cry. I stop. If Lenny were talking in my ear, she'd tell me to leave it. But I took the earpiece out when Erin 19 got the jump on me. So I'm alone, with my own poor decision-making abilities and endless capacity for self-sabotage. I follow the noise into a gallery closed off to the public. The banging gets louder as I walk between the half-erected displays. A familiar voice yells and swears from inside a wooden crate. I have no idea how she got herself trapped, but I allow myself a few seconds to enjoy the sounds of sweet, sweet karma before I look around for something I can use to pry the box open. I find a broom. As soon as I've loosened a corner, Erin 19 kicks the lid off the crate. She scrambles free, tangled in bubble wrap. "What did you do that for?" she yells, shoving my shoulders. I duck aside. "Thanks for rescuing me, Grayson. I appreciate it, Grayson." Yikes. She blocks my path, hands on her hips, eyes wild. "You trapped me in there." "No, I didn't," I say slowly. "Can you step aside? I have a game to lose." "You've already lost," she snarls, marching away. I don't have the energy to bite back. I follow her out of the gallery with an empty feeling in my chest. I should be happy to have the decision taken out of my hands. This way, I won't have to deal with the feelings Anton's game is dredging up. Except Rose will still be gone, and Anton will still not give a shit. We reach the end of the corridor. Erin 19 stops abruptly, and I bump into her. There are about 20 people standing in the atrium wearing identical smart glasses. Most must be contestants, but I also spot Matthew and Beatrix among their number. Everyone is looking up at the ceiling. "What are they doing?" I whisper to Erin. She shrugs. We step out of the arched walkway, and I look up. Through my glasses, there's a strange disturbance in the air. It's like looking through shimmering water at a distant light. The light is getting closer. "What the hell? This isn't part of the game," Matthew says. It's weird seeing him in real life after watching him online for so long. He's a walking advertisement for masculinity, with his gym body, and the way he takes up more space than he needs. Beatrix, small at his side, is his polar opposite, with her vintage clothes and quirky hair. Whispers start up as the light grows brighter and brighter. I move to shield my eyes, but then I remember that what I'm seeing isn't real. It's projected onto the lenses of my glasses, like the Shadow City ghosts. At the center of the light, a figure materializes. It flickers like it's losing signal. I can't quite make it out. Finally, it settles. But it's not another one of Anton's computer-generated ghosts. It's a girl, translucent and edged with smoke. And she can't be part of the game, because Anton has spent the good part of a year distancing himself from this person. There's no way he'd conjure her into existence. My legs go wobbly, and I have to support myself on the wall. It feels as if someone's cut my strings, and I can't remember how to stand or move or breathe. This isn't possible. It can't be real. "Hello, losers," Rose says. "Do you want to play a game?" The ghost has her red-lipped smirk, her thick, shiny curls, and heavy brows, an oversized sweater so big that it skims her knees and covers her hands. I remember that sweater. It was her favorite. But it can't really be her. Can it? Because Rose is dead. "You'll love this game," Rose purrs, her voice breathy in my ear. Only, it's not quite her voice. It sounds like it's coming from a very long way away. It crackles and distorts, and so does her ghost. Her edges are indistinct. Any second now, she'll disintegrate. "I'm imagining this, right?" Beatrix says. "Insomnia and energy drinks have addled my brain." Matthew snaps out of his open-mouthed inaction. "The feed's been hacked. Get through to Anton HQ, now," he says, pointing at a shell-shocked crew member. "Is she real?" Beatrix whispers. "She looks real." "Of course she's not. Someone's gotten clever with a green screen and a face swap filter." I don't believe him, though. The transparent projection is jerky and keeps flickering from 2D to 3D. Her face has an avatar-like quality, not quite real. But in my heart, it feels like it's her. I'm not sure if I should throw myself at her feet or run far, far away. "Do you want to hear a secret?" Rose continues. "My death wasn't an accident. I was murdered." The graffiti outside the tunnel. I was murdered. I slumped to the floor. This can't be happening. "That's a lie!" A blonde girl with Anton's ugly face on her orange hoodie pushes through the other contestants to address the whole room. "Everyone knows she took drugs and then knocked herself out in the swimming pool." She's right. I attended the inquest into Rose's death, or some of it. The room was stifling and packed with journalists. By the time they started talking about the details of how Rose died, I felt like I couldn't breathe. I had to run outside. I read about it the next day. Death by misadventure, drugs and alcohol involved, drowning, no suspicious circumstances. It didn't matter. I already knew who was responsible. Rose flickers. "Do you want to find out who did it? Here's a promise for you all. By the end of tonight, everyone will know exactly who killed me. And to make it more exciting, I'm going to let you do the hard work and figure it out. 6 suspects, 6 secrets, 1 murderer." She clicks her fingers, and a giant spinning prize wheel appears next to her. It's like something from a game show. Each of the 6 segments is a different garish colour, and marked with a black silhouette and a question mark. There's an arrow at the top, and a swirly red circle in the middle, like a piece of candy. 6 segments, 6 suspects. With a grin, she spins the wheel. It makes a rapid clicking noise as the arrow races past each suspect, the colours blurring into one. It doesn't show any sign of stopping. It just spins and spins. "Oh my God, this is a total disaster. We need to get this shut down," Beatrix cries. "You think they're not trying?" Matthew retorts. "Will someone get Anton on a call already?" "We can't get through," a crew member replies. She's locked us out of everything. Our phones, the smart cams, even Shadow City. I don't know how. It's like she's what? Beatrix says, holding a hand to her mouth. Like she's not broadcasting from this world, the man replies. Don't be ridiculous, Matthew says. Do you want to see something cool? Rose whispers, the wheel spinning and clicking. I think you do. A screen unrolls on my lenses, and a video plays. It's Anton and the accomplices. The four of them are standing in the street as a Lamborghini burns violently behind them. The noise of the flames is enough to make me sweat. I don't remember seeing this video. Perhaps it was never released. What the hell were you thinking? Rose shouts, squaring up to Anton. She's wearing an expensive leather jacket over a summer dress, lips painted red, hair long and loose. She looks so alive. It was a prank, Anton laughs, holding up his hands in playful defense. He has tattoos down both arms that clash with his big, nerdy spectacles. I didn't know it would literally explode. You could have killed me, you narcissistic asshole. Please don't argue, Beatrix intervenes, stepping between them. Two-tone hair, scruffy Converse. No one's hurt, are they? And here comes sweet little Beatrix, rushing in to protect her brother. Rose snarls. Grow up, Beatrix. They don't deserve your loyalty. Why do you have to be such a bitch? Matthew interjects. I give you a month tops. Rose steps closer to Matthew. They're the same height, but Matthew's built much heavier than her. She jabs a finger against his sternum. You'll cheat on her like you cheated on the others. Stop it, Beatrix shouts, on the verge of tears. All of you, stop it. Anton laughs. The flames crackle and roar, and he throws his head back, mouth open, tears in his eyes. With the fire lighting him up in reds and oranges, he's almost demonic. Rose rounds on him, and I think she might hit him. Rose always did have a temper. Then the fight goes out of her, and somehow it's even scarier. I'm done. I'm just done. Anton removes his glasses to wipe his eyes, still laughing. What do you mean, done? Come on, Rose. Rose's voice is level. I mean, I'm out. I'm not doing this anymore. I've had dozens of sponsorship offers, collaborations, public appearances. Fuck, Anton. Look at me. I can make 10 times the money that you pay me. And bonus, I won't have to put up with your bullshit anymore. Anton's smile fades. He goes very still. Behind him, Beatrix and Matthew exchange worried looks. You're setting up your own rival channel? No, that's not happening, Anton says quietly. You don't get a choice in it, Rose says. You don't own me. I made you! He screams, all spittle, with veins pulsating in his neck. And I can end you just as easily. Whoever's filming the argument laughs nervously. Anton notices the camera for the first time and storms toward it, his face contorted. Turn that off right now. Turn it! The video ends. Everyone in the hall is silent. That was a very different Anton from the one we usually see. No charm, just animalistic bloodlust. Rose claps her hands. Fun times, right? She grins. That was recorded a few weeks before I died. Makes you think, doesn't it? Where did she get that video? Beatrix whispers. Has she hacked into Anton's computer? That's the only place there was a copy. Matthew stands next to her, slowly shaking his head, arms hanging limply. The clicking on the prize wheel grows slower and slower. The arrow drags itself into the purple segment and stops. Rose peels the silhouette off the wheel, revealing a photo of Anton beneath. "Give it up for our first suspect," she says. She is no longer smiling. "Anton wouldn't," the blonde girl in the orange hoodie whispers. "He's not a murderer. Tonight is under my control now. You're playing my game." Rose salutes us, like Anton does in his videos. "Play on, accomplices." Then, just like that, she vanishes.
8. Charlotte. There's a big moment of silence after Rose disappears. Everyone stares at the spot where the ghost was standing. It feels like the air's been sucked from the room.
"Was that part of the game?"
A familiar voice asks. I groan. It's Blondie, a.k.a. Sean 23.
"It's a stupid prank, that's all,"
Matthew says.
"One of Anton's competitors trying to be funny."
"But how did they hack into Shadow City?" I say. "Anton has his own servers. They'd need to know his passwords." No one says anything. "The game's going to continue, though, right?" I say, glaring at Matthew. He doesn't reply. My lenses flicker, and a glowing cartoon Anton appears on the landing at the top of a wide flight of stone steps. The avatar turns slowly in the air like he's in suspended animation. "The game's coming back online," Beatrix says, nervously sucking on one of her braids. "Please say Anton's back."
"I can't log in."
Matthew is jabbing at a mini tablet with his big, thick fingers. "Have you tried restarting?" Beatrix makes a grab for the tablet, but he snatches it away.
"I do know how to use the program I designed,"
he snaps. High heels tap toward us. "Is that avatar part of the original challenge?" a stuck-up voice says. It's the influencer Erin Love, the one with the ridiculous mother-daughter lifestyle channel and the perfect everything. She used to come to Anton's parties, and I saw enough to confirm that she's bad news. "I can't believe you're still thinking about the challenge," I mutter, even though that's what I'm thinking about too. "Obsessed much?" With a curl of her lip, Erin Love looks me up and down. Her eyes rest on my Anton hoodie. "Obsessed? You're one to talk." I draw myself up to my full height. "Except, unlike you, I'm here for Anton, not the money, and definitely not the fame." "Good for you." She turns to Matthew and Beatrix. "You said the game's back online. Does that mean the final points are still in play?" Maybe. You'd have to ask Mr. I designed the program, though," Beatrix says. She makes a face at Matthew, who is chewing his lip, too absorbed by his tablet to answer. Erin Love's intentions crystallise in my mind. She's worried that she won't win the challenge. She's planning to go for the final points. I look at her the exact same moment that she looks at me. The smugness of her expression makes my teeth prickle. What a cow. There's no way I'm letting her get to Anton first. We both move at the same time, racing toward the glowing avatar on the landing. According to the leaderboard, I'm in 3rd place. Those final points will be more than enough for me to win the whole challenge. I push my legs to pump faster. She's ahead as we reach the bottom of the stairs, but there's a boy standing in the way, and shoving him aside slows her down. I make a grab for her and get hold of a fistful of hair. She cries out in pain and surprise as her head whips back. She swings an elbow at me, but I duck out of the way. Sucker. I scramble up the steps on my hands and knees. The avatar is so close. But then Erin yanks on my hood so hard that I could slip down a few steps. I lose my balance and hit my chin on the cold stone, making me bite my tongue. "Girl fight!" someone yells. Sean 23, probably. I wrap my arms around Erin's ankles and resort to the most antisocial weapon I have. My teeth.
Erin screams as I clamp my jaws shut on a chunk of her unfeasibly toned calf muscle. It's like trying to chew a piece of vacuum-packed meat. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Erin yells. "Get off!" I can't answer as my mouth is full. I know it's a really horrid thing to do. I used to get in trouble at elementary school for getting angry or overexcited and biting my classmates. The other children used to call me Bitey Charlotte to distinguish me from Nice Charlotte, and there were a few years when I didn't get invited to any birthday parties. But desperate times call for desperate measures. "Grow those goddamn balls!" Erin spits. I don't understand for a second, but then I realise she's not speaking to me. She's addressing the boy at the bottom of the stairs. He has long hair and pouty lips, and he'd be handsome if it weren't for his annoyingly bewildered expression. "Oh," he says. "Yeah, all right." Are they working together? That is in no way fair. The boy takes the steps 2 at a time, and I realise with horror that he's going for the avatar. There's nothing I can do but scream as he launches himself through the air, arms outstretched. Fireworks explode. Music plays. It's over. My heart sinks, and I limply release Erin Love's leg. "You saved me! You saved me!" Anton's voice cries. "We have a winner!" The leaderboard flashes, and the names rearrange themselves. I end up in 4th place, which seriously sucks, especially as Erin Love still wins overall. The boy, his handle is Grey26, has jumped into 2nd, and Sean23 is 3rd. I leap to my feet. "That's not fair!" I cry. "She cheated!" I look across the atrium for support, but all I find is a sea of horrified faces. Everyone is staring at the 3 of us with open mouths. None of the other contestants have moved from where they were standing when Rose appeared. None of them even tried to win the points. I self-consciously pat down my hair and straighten my glasses. "You all saw her pull me over?" I say. Matthew's eyes widen to match his gaping mouth. "You serious? You bit her?" "Oh, of course you're siding with her," I say. "And in front of your girlfriend, too." "Don't!" Matthew snaps. We're interrupted by the sound of canned applause. Something drops from overhead. It floats slowly to the ground, followed by another something, and another. £50 notes. There are hundreds of them, falling from a net suspended from the ceiling. "It's money!" someone shouts. At this, the other contestants rush forward, grabbing handfuls of the notes. They were all quick to judge me for wanting to win the challenge, but now that there's money involved, the only contestants not moving are me, Erin Love, and Grey26. The 3 of us stand there, staring up at the high ceiling as the money falls. One of the notes lands on my face. It sticks to my skin, cold and kind of moist. I peel it off, and to my horror, the plastic is clammy with what has to be blood. More money falls, and the other contestants start to notice. They back away with sticky hands and full pockets. "Blood money?" Erin Love says, raising an elegant eyebrow at Matthew. "Is this part of the game?" "No," he says, his voice shaking. He turns on the spot, squinting into the dark alcoves. "Someone else set this up." "Like who?" I say. "That nasty ghost?" "It's not... Ghosts aren't real," Matthew says weakly. "They totally are," Beatrix says. "Obviously not this one, I think. But the point stands, if you want to be strictly accurate." She goes back to chewing her hair. Erin picks up a larger, bloody piece of paper. A word is scrawled across the front in smudged blood. "Liars," it says. "It's the coroner's report on Rose's death," Erin explains. "Does this mean Anton had something to do with it?" a contestant asks. "Did he pay someone to fake the coroner's report?" "Of course not," I cry, rounding on her. "He would never." I look to Matthew for backup. His eyes are haunted and unblinking. "Anton had an alibi for that night. He couldn't have killed Rose," he says flatly. Right then,
2 security guards skid around the corner. I'm kind of relieved, to be honest. We could do with some actual adults taking control of the situation. The guards stop when they see all the money and all the blood dripping down from the empty net hanging overhead.
"What the?"
one of them says.
"Go, go, go,"
Matthew says, shoving me in front of him.
"Everyone run!"
The security guards shout at us to stop, but no one does. "Wait," I say, but Matthew keeps propelling me forward.
"Do you want Anton to get in trouble?"
Beatrix says.
"This could ruin him."
"What? Oh, no!" I gasp.
"Just keep moving,"
Matthew says. I stop trying to resist. We race down a passageway behind the stairs into an empty cafe. It's eerily open with lots of little round tables and a high ceiling. Our footsteps echo as we pass through. Behind me, there's more shouting. I don't check to see if anyone's been grabbed by the guards. Beatrix shoves open a fire door. There's a black van with a smashed front headlight parked on a narrow access road. Matthew yanks the sliding door, but it's locked.
"The keys!"
he shouts. Beatrix pats her pockets.
"I gave them to Jessie so I wouldn't lose them."
Matthew spins around.
"What's he doing? Having a nice chat?"
I follow their line of sight to a familiar-looking man with sharp features dressed in baggy clothes. His sleeves and hands have blood on them, like he's helped himself to some of the tainted money. He's talking to that cheating Grey 26 outside the museum doors, a bloody hand gripping Grey 26's arm to stop him from leaving. Grey 26 looks terrified.
"Jessie, you have the van keys!"
Matthew shouts to him. Jesse breaks away from Grey 26. He fumbles with the key fob to unlock the van. He heads for the driver's side, but glances over his shoulder at the younger boy several times. As he passes me, I remember where I've seen him before. He was at the party where Rose died. He knows what I did.
"Everyone get in,"
Beatrix says.
"Come on."
I scramble inside the van. Grey 26 climbs in too, banging his head on the roof. Calmer. Beatrix squeezes into the back with us contestants, squashing me against the wall. We're not all going to fit. The van was already half full of props for the game, and there are a dozen contestants left outside. Erin Love must realise this as she shoves her way to the front of the crowd. "No more room! Bad luck!" She climbs in and yanks the door closed. The 10 or so contestants outside shout and hammer on the side of the van, but seconds later, we screech up the access lane. The van turns out onto the main road as several police cars come careening past in the opposite direction. I say a little prayer, but they don't chase us. All the same, I don't start to relax until Jessie has driven us a mile away into a busy, built-up part of the city. We stop at traffic lights. It's getting hot in the van. Everyone's crammed in together, but no one's talking. We're sitting on the floor. Erin Love has ended up next to me, and her meticulously waved hair is tickling my face. On my other side, Grey 26 is pretzeled up into a space much smaller than he is. He jiggles his leg, making the floor vibrate. The whole time, he's staring nervously at the back of Jessie's head. Suddenly, there's a loud slap. Erin Love has reached across me to slam her hand down onto Grey 26's knee. She holds it for a second to make her point, then releases him without saying anything. He keeps still after that. In the front of the van, a phone buzzes. Matthew quickly answers.
"Anton, mate,"
he says quietly.
"We lost you for a while."
Everyone holds their breath to listen in.
"No, dude,"
Matthew says at last.
"We can't hire an exorcist. I don't know what that was, but it wasn't real. Look, we need to consider if this game is worth..."
He sighs and closes his eyes.
"Yeah, I know. Your game, your rules."
"Let me talk to him," Beatrix says, wrestling Matthew's phone from his hand. "I know. I can't believe it either. Yes, some of them are here with us now." She eyes us contestants in turn. Grey 26, Erin 19, and Sharo 2. Yeah, Matthew Charlotte. I flush with pride that Anton knows who I am. "We'll drop them off in 5, Beatrix continues. "Yeah, we cut the feeds right away. Most of the others were stopped by the security guards." "Really? We leave them?"
Beatrix tosses the phone to Matthew. He holds it to his ear and listens but doesn't say a thing. Then he hangs up. Well, he's in a panic back at HQ, but it looks like the game's still on, he says. I lift my arms in a little cheer, but no one else joins in. The van pulls over and, one by one, we are dropped off. They've spaced us out so that when the game restarts, we're not right on top of each other. Matthew says it will be 10 minutes tops. They just have to sort out a problem with the audio not coming back online. You better fix this, I say to him, as I step down onto the sidewalk. All of it. He presses his lips together in a tight line. Beatrix waves enthusiastically at me as she slams the van door closed. She drops the smile a second too early. I think the stressful situation is getting to her. I look around. They've left me across the road from Paddington Station. The entrance to the concourse is a huge, yawning mouth. The warm lighting inside makes me realise dusk is starting to fall. The people in this part of the city seem to sense this, and everyone is hurrying toward their trains like they don't want to be caught outside when the sun goes down. I wander along the main road. It's all fast food joints and restaurants, and electric buses that feel too big to be so quiet. I buy a bagel to keep myself nourished, then relive the events of the museum while I wait for my map and wristband to reactivate. This time, I imagine I'm not merely a dumbfounded observer. I've been waiting for you, Rose, I say, pulling off my hoodie and jeans to reveal a form-fitting bodysuit. Or should I say, Erin Love? I punch the ghost through its chest, and the projection shatters. I'm not sure how that would work, actually. Maybe I'm holding an interference device in my hand and it cuts the signal. That part's not important. You can't stop me! Erin pulls this huge gun from her boot and aims it at Anton, and it's not his avatar anymore, but the real him. She fires. In slow motion, I throw myself toward Anton, shielding him with my own body. My wrist buzzes, shocking me back to reality. It's a shame since I was enjoying the daydream, but I'll return to it later. The next second, everything else comes online. A video call instantly opens. It's Anton. I can't tell you how happy I am to see his face. Baby, I'm back, he says. How's it going, accomplices? I'm hoping you can hear me. I can see your feeds, but the audio is no longer working. Someone give me a thumbs up in front of their glasses so I know you're getting this. I do it right away. Amazing! That's perfect. He grins, and it lights up his whole face. He's such a colourful person, with his rainbow hoodie, purple hair, and a slight pink flush to his cheeks. But when he smiles, my heart just can't. We can switch on your microphones manually, so it's not like we can't talk, he says. But I can't listen in on you anymore, which sucks because some of you are so damn funny. I laugh, trying to remember if I've said anything amusing. He claps once. So, that challenge was wild, right? We filmed so much amazing footage, and I promise I'll make a video out of it. My good mood pops like a balloon. It's just my luck that the first time I get to appear in an Anton video, I get humiliated by Erin Love. Ugh, I can still taste the fake plastic of her pants. So, you're wondering about that ghost we met? Anton goes on. There's a pained edge to his voice now. Got to say, that was a bit of a surprise. He laughs, but it's clear he's putting on a brave face. Poor Anton. All that hard work, ruined. But I'm back in control now, and I'm confident my game will continue without further interruptions. He pauses, staring into the camera, more serious than I've ever seen him. I would, however, like to find out who was behind that bad taste prank. I'm pretty sure this is an inside job of some kind. One of you isn't who they say they are. I gasp. Erin Love. She's obsessed with money, as fake as cheese puffs, and borderline evil. I'm almost completely sure that this isn't my jealousy speaking. She's probably being paid to interfere with the game or something else nefarious. I want you to watch your competition like a hawk. There's £10,000 on the table for information, Anton says. I snort. I'll take down Erin for free.
This game is everything to me. Anton is everything to me. This sort of thing is exactly what Lola does in my stories. If I can make it up, then I can do it for real. You can do anything with love on your side. I need you to find out what you can, Anton says. A-okay? A-okay, I say back. I've got this, Anton. The next challenge will be announced in an hour. Plenty of time to do some investigating first. He vanishes without saluting us goodbye. I check my bracelet. The game of tag is back on, and I'm a chaser. Perfect. I find Erin Love, a.k.a. Erin 19, on my map. Her spot's a big diffuse area thanks to her winning that last challenge. The memory of her dragging me to the ground resurfaces, and my bruises throb angrily. Whatever she's up to, I say to myself, I'm going to stop her. I knew you'd have my back, the Anton at my side says, just like last time. 9. Erin. I can always tell when Jesse is worried. His ears turn red. So when I saw him talking to Grey 26 outside the museum, the sides of his head a glowing pair of beacons, I knew something was going on. He knows how much I hate it when he keeps things from me. It reminds me of my mother. That's why, after the van drops me off, I follow Jesse's location on my Friend Finder app. At first, his position moves around the Paddington area as he drives the other contestants to their restart positions. Then it stops. He's less than a mile away in Lancaster Gate, so I go looking for him. 10 minutes later, I turn onto a street of expensive white houses, each with dozens of windows and several floors. The only colour is a phone booth, as red as blood. I don't see any sign of life. I suppose all these buildings are owned by incredibly rich people who live elsewhere, apart from one boarded-up hotel covered in scaffolding. I call Jessie, and it rings and rings. I lower the phone to my side and listen. I hear something. I hurry around the corner, and that's when I spot him. He's holding the ringing phone, but he's not answering. Then he presses the cool reject button and returns the phone to one of the pockets in his baggy cargo pants. Hurt flares like gas on flames. "Jesse!" I call out. He nearly jumps out of his skin, then quickly leaps behind a van with a hand up to shield his face. "Erin, you can't be here!" "Something's wrong, and you need to tell me what it is. You can trust me." I chase him around the van. "The only thing wrong is that we can't be seen together. If Anton clocks me on your feed, the game's over for us." I stop. Oh, I'd forgotten. I was so desperate to find out what he's hiding. But Jessie's not my mother. I shouldn't be judging him by her standards. "I'm sorry," I sigh, bumping my head back against the van. "I didn't think." "No, you didn't." He takes a slow breath. "We most likely got away with it. The audio feeds from the smart glasses are still offline, and Anton has enough on his plate, so I doubt he was watching." "Sorry," I repeat. "I know you're sorry," Jesse says, his tone clipped like he's still cross with me. "Try to remember how much we need that money. It's the only reason I'm letting my girlfriend do this shit. If there was another way..." "I know, and I'll get the money." He sighs deeply. "I didn't tell you because I didn't want to worry you, but I kind of owe this guy a few thou, and..." "What?" I interrupt. "I've told you how I feel about being in debt, Jesse." "You're 17, Erin. Wait until you're 23, and we'll see how your ideals are holding up in the grown-up world." He doesn't usually talk to me with such venom, but then his tone softens. "It's no big deal, all right? Just make sure you win." I nod. Then, realising he can't see me from where he's standing, I clear my throat. "I'm going to win. I'm top of the leaderboard, aren't I?" "See if you can do it without flirting with anyone," he mutters, and suddenly his surliness makes sense. Jesse's jealousy is a constant presence in our relationship. He only has to see me talk to another boy, and he starts with the accusations. "I haven't flirted with anyone," I bristle. "Every time I checked up on your location in the museum, you were with Grey 26. I close my eyes and force my tight shoulders to relax. I know to walk the fine line between reassuring him when he starts on one and not engaging with his paranoia. Is this why you were talking to him outside? What did you say to him? I ask. It wouldn't be the first time Jessie's embarrassed me by threatening another boy. I won't be able to look Grey 26 in the eye now.
Keep away from him, all right? I don't want you talking to him. I've got to go.
He jogs off across the road. I watch him go with a hollow feeling in my belly. I want to run after him and bury my face in the loose grey hoodie he wears, but can't. I need to be strong, grown up. I can do this. I look down at my phone and notice that his location is now showing as not found on Friend Finder. He switched off location services. It feels like he doesn't trust me, or maybe it's punishment for talking to Grey 26. I tell myself everything will be better after tonight. Only, for the first time, I can't help but worry that nothing will ever be enough for Jessie. I bottle my feelings up so that I don't cry. Grown up. In control. I break into a slow trot. By the time I've made it a couple of streets away, I'm holding it together again. Everything's fine. Jessie and I are fine. Every relationship has its challenges. This is the price of not being alone. An alert flashes on my lenses as I receive an incoming call. My microphone switches on, and Anton's call screen unfurls, along with the words "private message" at the top of my field of vision. I stop walking and wait for him to speak.
"Hello, Erin," he says. "It's been a while. How are you doing?"
He doesn't care. It's not like we're friends or anything. We just did a number of online collaborations over a year ago, all monopolised by my mother. Back then, Anton always treated me like a little kid. A lot has changed. My patience when it comes to small talk, for starters. Why did someone hack into your game pretending to be Rose?
Straight to the point,
he laughs, sweeping his purple bangs out of his face.
But I suppose it is why I called you.
I wait for him to clarify what he means.
I've been trying to get to the bottom of this Rose business. Safe to say, she was a bitch when she was alive, and she's still causing me trouble, so...
He stops speaking. It looks like it's an effort to control the temper we witnessed in Rose's clip.
Don't quote me on that.
Do you seriously believe the ghost thing's real? I can't keep the disbelief out of my voice. Matthew seemed to think it was a filter.
Of course I don't believe.
He scoffs.
But ghosts don't have to be real to kick us in the balls. She, whoever she is, made a lot of reputation-damaging allegations. I want to know why.
Not sure where I come in.
Grey 26 is acting suspiciously. I saw him talking to someone earlier, and it's made me wonder who exactly he is.
You mean... I stopped myself in time. I was about to say Jessie, but I'm not supposed to know Jessie. You saw someone on his feed?
I want you to follow him for me. Use your feminine wiles to find out what he's here for, and if he was involved in the ghost thing.
His grin is worthy of a magazine cover, bright, with a trouble-making sparkle to his eyes. He's enjoying this part.
I know you already have it in for him.
I pick at a tear in my cuticle, pulling a strip of skin painfully from my finger. I do?
You didn't save him at the museum out of the goodness of your heart. You want to be the one to send him out of the competition.
At least there's no camera on me, so he can't see the surprise on my face. I hadn't realised my intentions were quite so obvious.
There's 20,000 in it for you, and I'll stack the contest in your favour. It's a good deal.
I still my hands. It really is a good deal. So why do I feel grimy at the thought of taking it? I don't mind cheating, but to have Anton personally help me, I'm not sure. Why me? I say. He laughs.
I know you, Erin, or enough about you. You're clever, cunning, desperate. You're leading this competition for a reason, and I need someone like you on the inside. Someone who's up to this task.
I clench my teeth so hard my jaw aches. God, he's such a patronising ass. He's calling me desperate. But I need the money more than I need my principles, and it's not as if spying on Grey 26 doesn't play into my own plans for revenge. All right, I say.
Perfect. I'll check in with you soon.
Is it true? I say. What that piece of paper at the museum said? Was Rose's death really an accident, or did you buy someone off? His eyes crinkle in amused delight.
You're overestimating the reach that my good looks and money afford me. The only thing I bought was a team of the best lawyers, and they made it all go bye-bye through the proper legal channels. All I had to do was keep my mouth shut.
That sounds like you hid something from the investigation. His smile freezes, and his screen vanishes. He's so full of crap, but I don't have to like him to take his money. I find Grey 26 on my map. Anton was right. I didn't help Grey 26 win those points at the museum because I felt sorry for him. I want to let him get within inches of the thing he desires most in this world, then crush it beneath my boot and laugh in his face. Following him is easy, but boring. For the best part of half an hour, we circle Hyde Park, avoiding the other contestants. Then a text comes through on my phone. Amber's noticed I have deviated from her plan. Eyes on the prize. Side mission, I reply. No time for that. I have a lot riding on this game. The wording of her text makes me freeze in my tracks. It's the way she says I instead of we like she usually does. There's something she's keeping from me, and past experience tells me what that something will be. An icy feeling of dread courses through me. No, she wouldn't. Would she? I'm hit by the memories of bookie receipts in her pockets, my childhood piggy bank smashed on the floor, my possessions vanishing overnight. I used to believe her when she told me she had it under control. Now I know better than to trust anything she says. She's the reason I hate liars. I take a slow breath, then reply, How much? The pause while I wait for her answer tells me everything I need to know. She's bet money on me winning this competition. Money that we can't afford to lose. I slam my fist into a plastic bus shelter, making the people on the opposite side jump. I can't believe this. Every fucking time. Once I felt sorry for her. Now I'm just tired. The truth is, behind the public glamour of my mother's life, there are a dozen maxed-out credit cards. Yeah, she gets all sorts of freebies, manicures, facials, highlights, and Botox. If you watch our channel, it looks like we're rolling in cash. But it's a lie. Half the stuff we promote, we need to return, and the money we make from ads gets sucked into the black hole that is her gambling habit. Her favourite thing to bet on is the celebrity she claims to know personally. Is so-and-so pregnant? Will that actress go to prison or get community service? Who's going to win Love Island? Sometimes she'll stake tens of thousands of pounds, utterly convinced that she has the insider knowledge to guarantee she can't lose. She usually loses it all. Her reply finally arrives. It doesn't matter. Stick to your part of the bargain and leave the business decisions to me. Business decisions? Ha! But maybe this is a good thing. If I win, I can take my prize and run, while the money she makes keeps her occupied until I'm far, far away. If I lose, then it's more of the same. Scrounging free tampons from the library because my mother won't buy them, then posing in a £1,000 bikini. But I'm not going to lose.
10. Grayson. Rose. Rose. Rose, Rose, Rose! The ghost has gone, but I can still feel her, hiding in the corner of my vision. She's haunting me. When I blink, I see flashes of her face, and my imagination runs away with itself. I picture her smiling, laughing, lying dead in Anton's pool house, blood trickling along the grouting between pristine white tiles. The word murder keeps replaying in my head. Murder, murder, murder. I can't bear to imagine what must have gone through her head during those final terrifying moments. I want to tell myself her death was a tragic accident, an overdose, slippery tiles, knocked unconscious, drowned without knowing what was happening to her. It's not true. I need to focus on something that's not Rose. I put Lenny's earpiece in and switch on the mic. I pray that she's listening. Lenny, are you there? There's a long silence, a rustling. You're back then, she eventually says. Don't think I didn't notice that you took your earpiece out the moment Erin Love appeared on the scene. You've caught me, I say, trying to sound light. An office chair squeaks as she sits down. Are you all right? You sound out of breath. Just having a minor breakdown. I lean against a lamppost for support and tell her everything. Rose's appearance, her claim that she was murdered, how she's planning to reveal all the suspects in her death. Lenny listens in silence. She's always been a good listener. I hear her rapping her long nails on a table. And you're panicking because you're worried you'll be one of her suspects. It's like being slapped in the face. What? I gasp. Why would she... You can't believe I had anything to do with it. If you've ever watched a true crime documentary, you know it's almost always the ex-boyfriend. Thanks for the support, I mumble, scuffing my toe in a sandy path through the park. But no, how could I have killed her? Anton kept her locked away in his house, and people like me don't get invites to his parties. I don't know why I'm defending myself. Surely Lenny's not accusing me of murder. There's an awkward silence, and then she clears her throat. Do you think it was really her? Come back as a ghost to seek justice? I can't tell if she's mocking me or not. She laughs softly. Oh, of course you do. So, what happens next? It's an impossible question to answer. Something I've always liked about Lenny is she doesn't try to solve my problems for me, like some girls do. I'm not a project. But right now, I wish she would tell me what to do, because I have no idea how to get myself out of this mess. Mostly, I want to go home. I rub my face, the adrenaline draining from my body and leaving me bone-achingly weary. But I need to find out why she's creating this game. Why doesn't she just tell everyone what happened to her and get it over with? Maybe she can't remember, Lenny snorts. Being buried for a year has to mess with your memories. I'm not ready to joke about this yet. Or ever, I mutter. Yeah, sorry. Maybe she's hoping this game of hers will force the killer to give themselves away. I mean, it's not like a ghost can go to the police. She needs evidence. That makes sense. The thing is, I knew Rose, and Rose wasn't someone for games. Whatever this is, it's dangerous. The only safe way to play would be to walk away. But I can't. I still love her, and I still hate Anton. Tell me what to do, Len, I whine. I'm totally unequipped for this sort of thing. Lenny goes quiet while she thinks. She's never been one to fill a silence for the sake of it. There's the rustle of a potato chip bag being opened. You have to keep playing, she says through her mouthful. It's the only way you'll ever be able to let her go. Besides, it sounds like she's wrecking Anton's game. He must be enjoying that part. I smile. A little. My wristband buzzes a warning to get moving again, so I follow the path out onto a busy junction. I wait to cross the road with the last of the evening's commuters on their way home after work. All right, I say. Anton thinks this is an inside job. Maybe one of the other competitors or a crew member knows how Rose is doing this. A ghost didn't string up that money net. She must have had help. Yeah, Lenny says, drawing the word out. I know she thinks I'm ridiculous for believing that the ghost is real. She no doubt shares Matthew's opinion that it's computer trickery. But she's a good enough friend that she never mocks me for my supernatural beliefs. Much. I could start by asking around and seeing if anyone... You start by making sure you stay in the competition. I came second in that last challenge, didn't I? I'm in the top 10 on the leaderboard. You won't stay there if you don't start playing for real. I don't want to play. Not Anton's game. Not Rose's. But Lenny has a good point. Reluctantly, I open my map with a flick of my eyes. I'm a chaser, which is good, and there are contestants within walking distance of my position, a few of them runners. I spot Erin 19, but decide against it. Shah 02 is nearby too, but she's also a chaser. Neil 39 or Emma 98, Lenny says. Take your pick. Let's go with Neil, I say. I knew a Neil at school, and he was a dick. Neil Bayer. I hated him. He'd dated Rose when he was 14 and had taken it badly when she dumped him. Thinking about him, thinking about school, brings a pang of regret. Up until Rose left me, I'd had plans. I wasn't the smartest in my class. I wasn't super popular or particularly cool, but I had an eye, as my art teacher put it. I figured I'd grow up and go into fashion, or interior design, or floristry. Something where style mattered. Rose laughed at my ambitions. She was beautiful, and people often thought that meant she cared about her appearance. She could throw on a pair of my old jeans and some red lipstick she got free with a magazine, and people would instantly want to interview her for their street-style column. In reality, she only cared about her appearance in so much as it opened doors for her. Like that clip of Rose arguing with Anton. Fuck Anton. Look at me. After she died, the school put on a big service for her, and Neil Bayer wouldn't stop noisily sobbing during the readings. It made my marrow boil. Rose hadn't been his, not for a really long time. I'm allowed to be sad, he told me defiantly after I slammed him against the fence in the teacher's parking lot. The service was over, and everyone was supposed to be heading to the football field for our own vigil that would never happen. She dumped you too. The rest of our class stood around us in silence as I punched him again and again, his head bashing against the fence as he made no effort to defend himself. That was the final straw with the school, after months of me skipping classes, getting into fights and refusing to engage with the teachers. Being permanently expelled put an end to all my ambitions. But I'd already given up. What was the point of making beautiful things when the one that really mattered to me was gone? Grayson? Lenny says. I shake off the memories. I'm here. Tell me what I have to do. She helps me find my way to the Soho back streets, crammed with people. It's still early, but there's already a buzz to the area. Groups of young people drink cocktails at sidewalk cafes, a mismatch of stylish streetwear and ugly parka jackets. Colourful lights are starting to come on at the front of buildings. I bet it's something special after dark. When we finally track down Neil 39, he's nothing like the Neil from my school. He's much smaller, with white blonde hair that reminds me of a Bichon Frise. I hesitate. There's something seriously weird about chasing a stranger, so I stand there awkwardly, waiting to see if he notices me. All of a sudden, he bolts. Go after him, Lenny says, sounding exasperated. Catch him! I run, but he's already got a good lead on me. Take the next right, Lenny tells me. Wait out of sight, and we'll cut him off. I do what I'm told. To my surprise, Neil 39 doubles back on himself, probably because he was getting too close to the bigger threat of Shah 02. His spot jumps all over the map, as does mine. The GPS isn't too good around here, with all these tightly packed buildings. "Stay where you are," Lenny says. "He's coming to you." Really? Because it looks like he's on a parallel road. That's what he thinks too. Lenny's right. A minute later, Neil walks right past me. I laugh to myself, then step out of a paved side street and tap him on the shoulder. He jumps as his bracelet countdown activates. He goes to run, but a group of vintage hipster types get in his way. I pin him in his shop doorway with my hand bundled up in his t-shirt. He's smaller than me. It's surprisingly easy. "Nothing personal," I say. "Sorry, dude." He struggles, but it's no use. The timer gets to 0, and I release him. "No hard feelings?" I say. "Fuck you," he snarls, then stomps off, dropping his smart glasses as he goes. This is the game, yet I can't help but feel dirty. It's way too intimate, grabbing a person and holding on to them, waiting for their dreams to come crashing down. I tell myself I saved him. Anton's not someone he should be idolizing. "Good job," Lenny says. "Now go after Emma 98. "Can't I have a bit of a rest first?" "Stop being such a coward. She's just around the corner." According to the map, Emma 98 is in the same area as Erin 19, although it's hard to tell with Erin 19's spot being so big. Both of them are runners, so it's not as if either can tag the other out. Perhaps it's a coincidence. The weirdest thing is, when I get to Emma 98's position, I don't see her anywhere. It's a busy area, with little of the charm of Soho. The crowds are older, many of them heading to the theatre or chain restaurants, or for pre-club drinks. A group of young men in boring designer shirt, jeans, and smart shoes combos look me over as they pass. I suddenly feel incredibly self-conscious. I focus on my map and try to understand why I can't find Emma 98. "Hang on. I think she's on a 5-minute countdown for going out of range," I say, frowning in thought. "And so is Erin 19. "They must be in the underground station," Lenny says. "The only reason I can think of for doing that is if they wanted to meet without their cams picking anything up." I hang by a flight of stairs that disappears down into the subway. There's a tour bus shelter I can hide behind while I wait for them to emerge. A dude in a red jacket keeps trying to hand me a flyer. I nearly buy a weekend pass because I'm that bad at saying no. Finally, 2 girls climb the stairs and head in opposite directions. Erin 19 I'm familiar with, of course. Emma 98 is a stranger. She's slight, with long dark hair tied up in a ponytail and pale skin. She's wearing a grey fedora with a purple ribbon. I'd love to be able to get away with hats, but boys like me in fedoras tend to come across as douchey. "Grayson, stop staring at her ass and move," Lenny says. I wasn't, but point taken. I go after her, having already lost my advantage. She walks fast, with her beige trench coat pulled tight and her smooth ponytail swinging. She weaves through the crowds with impatient efficiency. Suddenly she turns. She must have seen me on the map. She backs away slowly with her hands held up. I get a proper look at her. I'm guessing that she's almost my age, but the braces on her teeth make her appear younger. "Listen," she says. "I can't let you tag me out." "Leave her alone," Lenny says in my ear, whispering, even though Emma 98 can't hear. "It's kind of the whole point of the game," I say, talking to them both. "I'm not here for the game." Emma 98 nearly steps off the sidewalk into the road. A taxi holds down its horn, and several passers-by stare at us. Emma98 frowns at me. Have we met before? I haven't met her previously, I'm sure of it. I'm good with faces. You're just trying to talk me out of trying to tag you, I say. She doesn't return my smile. You look familiar. Get out of there, Lenny says. She's not worth it. Do you know Anton? Emma98 continues. Because I'm a journalist investigating Rose's death. Maybe you can help me. Seriously, Grayson, Lenny says. That girl's bad news. I'm leaving now. Don't try to follow me, Emma98 says. She walks away quickly, looking back at me to make sure I'm not chasing her. A journalist, and she's investigating Rose's death. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Len, do you know that girl? I say, watching her ponytail bob down a pedestrianised street, between grand beige buildings. Lenny doesn't answer. There's rustling at her end. Lenny? She was up to something with Erin 19. We should be careful who we tag out, that's all. In case they know something about the ghost. She puts on an enthusiastic voice. There's another runner not far away. Let's get them instead. I watch the space where Emma98 vanished. Something very strange is going on here. Lenny? I say. You've gone crackly. It's deafening me. You there? It's working at my end. Why don't you... I take the earpiece out and switch off my microphone. Then I go after Emma98.
11. Charlotte. Erin Love is up to no good. I've been watching her for the past 45 minutes, in between running from a couple of chasers and managing to tag out one runner, and she's definitely up to something. First, I saw her meeting up with Jessie from the museum, and then, 10 minutes ago, she disappeared into an underground station with that reporter, Emma Sarno. My theory is that Erin Love is the mastermind behind this whole Rose's ghost trickery. A rival influencer is an obvious suspect, and Emma and Jessie are her accomplices. I haven't fleshed out the literal details, but I will. My thoughts drift to how pleased Anton will be when I prove Erin Love's deception and save the game. His fingers lace with mine. I wish we didn't have to go through all this nonsense, he says. If I could announce you as the winner right now, I would. Tisk, tisk, you can't be seen to have favourites, I tease. I'm going to win this game fair and square. That's my girl. His smile falls. But not everyone is playing by the rules. No, they're not. I watch her in love as she pauses to adjust her hair in a store window reflection. I wish you'd get rid of her. Anton doesn't reply. When I glance across at him, he's vanished. I walk on for a while, using the map to keep an eye on where Erin Love goes. I can't figure out what she's up to. Her route is seemingly random, and she hasn't tagged anyone in ages. I follow her across the cobbled square outside Covent Garden Market. I give her a minute before I go in after her, but all I find are unlit shops and emptiness. I'm so busy wondering where she's gone that it takes me a moment to process the fact that the shadows are shifting. I watch in horror as dark shapes ooze from walls. Cracks in concrete widen as creatures with glowing eyes squeeze into our world. A puddle ripples, and a figure rises with its arms outstretched. It's Shadow City, but real. I mean, obviously it's not actually real, but it feels real. Accomplices! Anton cries as the video call screen opens. I'm surprised to see that he's slightly dishevelled. His hair is hidden under a turquoise baseball hat, and his eyes are bloodshot. I check my watch. I can't believe an hour has gone by so quickly. I'm on to you, Anton says, leaning so close to the camera that I can only make out his left eye and part of his nose. I'm going to take you down. Then he throws himself into his chair and picks up a mug before taking a long swig of what I hope is tea.
Meh, let's get on with the next challenge already, he grumbles. You have probably noticed that you're no longer alone. For the next hour, it's not each other you need to worry about. It's the ghosts. There'll be no chasers and runners, just victims.
He wants us to play Shadow City.
You can exercise them with your bracelets. Make it to the geofenced area by the river. It's marked on your map, and you'll be safe.
His voice is dejected, his heart no longer in it. I wish I could give him a hug. He manages a smile.
But be warned, those ghosts will keep on multiplying until they're everywhere, and if one of them touches you...
3 hearts appear in the top right of my field of vision. He doesn't need to explain. 3 lives and I'm out.
Let's see how many of you can...
His signal abruptly cuts out, and he vanishes, as do the ghosts. Anton, I say. Anton, are you there? My vision flickers, and I think he's coming back, but it's not him. Rose appears, the big spinning wheel next to her. Her image crackles, jumping from place to place. Then she settles, bright against the seeping dusk. "What's up, losers?" she says, laughing at us all. "Hands up! Who thinks it was Anton who killed me?" "No, never! You're such a B-word!" I cry, getting some weird looks from a couple of people passing through the deserted market. My heart's going like a sparrow's. I can't believe she's back. Anton was so sure he'd regained control of the game. If it wasn't Anton who murdered me, then maybe it was someone very close to him. Rose spins the wheel, and it noisily turns before eventually stopping on another of the silhouettes. She rips the paper away. "Everyone, I give you my second suspect, Matthew Bright." She clicks her fingers, and a candid photo of Matthew appears. He's rushing down the front steps of a boutique hotel like he can't get away fast enough. His silly face is panicked and wide-eyed. It's obvious he's done something really, really stupid. I remember this picture. Some random person happened to take some photos, and they ended up online. Emma Sarno interviewed the photographer and wrote a whole article about how Matthew was having an affair. She tried to sell it to the tabloids, even though I doubt anyone really cares who Matthew sleeps with, except maybe Beatrix. Emma's whole story was based around how he wasn't wearing any pants in the pictures. Everyone got to see his embarrassing boxer shorts, fuchsia with little yellow rubber ducks on them. My mum bought them for him as a joke Christmas present, and that somehow made the whole thing feel even more sordid. "Who was he at the hotel with?" Rose says. "Was it an affair or something else?" I snort. Of course it was an affair. Why else would he have taken his pants off? A rogue spider? In the run-up to my death, Matthew and I were seen arguing on numerous occasions. Let's imagine I knew the truth about what went down at that hotel, Rose says. What if I threatened to tell Beatrix? Did Matthew kill me to save his relationship and protect his nice little position in Anton's inner circle? I think about it. The cheating I can imagine, but murder? It's not that I don't believe Matthew has it in him to kill. I'm just not sure he's clever enough to get away with it. Everyone knows Matthew's pre-Beatrix reputation for sleeping around, but she changed him, right? Rose's expression turns monstrous. Except people don't change, and when they show you who they are, believe them. She has a point. I didn't buy into Matthew's personality makeover when he got together with Beatrix. They're so different. I could never understand why he'd be with her, unless it was a ruse to get close to Anton. Anyway, I have to go, Rose says, smiling again. Enjoy my game, won't you? She vanishes, leaving behind the mental equivalent of a really bad smell. At first, I'm unsure what to do. I wait, hoping that Anton will return and tell me everything's fine. But the only icon on my smart glasses that works is the map, plus none of Anton's Shadow City ghosts have rematerialized. I suspect he's still locked out of the system. It's up to me. First off, following Erin Love isn't working. I need to find a way to come at her from another angle. I think about how Emma said she was interested in finding out what happened to Rose. Then she met up with Erin Love. Now a photo Emma tried to sell gets a starring role in Rose's suspect reveal. Emma's involved. I need to find out what else she knows. So I follow her spot on the map. Since her chat with Erin, she's gone west. This part of the city is disorientating. It can go from beautiful old buildings to intimidating office blocks within the space of a few yards. Emma appears to be inside a building site, surrounded by a tall blue fence. The weirdest part, Erin, Love, and Grey 26 are here too, according to the map. I think this is a good thing. 3 birds, 1 stone, or something like that. I follow the perimeter until I find a gap big enough to poke my head through. The building site is like Doctor Who's TARDIS. It's much bigger on the inside. There are piles of dirt and sand compacted by the treads of heavy vehicles. Metal girders and huge sheets of wire mesh lie stacked up everywhere, and plastic orange fences mark the edges of the deep foundation pits. I hesitate, unsure if I really want to go inside a deserted building site. And without a hard hat, no less. I bite my lip. Then I remember that Anton could be watching my live feed right now, and I don't think he'd be very impressed at what a coward I'm being. I imagine that Anton's narrating my progress, making jokes and clever observations. Everything becomes slightly less terrifying.
Obviously you have to investigate,
Anton's fantasy narration says.
The footage will be epic.
I nod. My heart hammers as I squeeze through the gap in the fence. The rough wood catches at my hoodie, but I make it through. My teeth chatter. I pick my way past big blocks of concrete and scaffolding poles, turning my head to give my camera a good view of everything. Check me out, being a professional, even in the face of danger. I check the map again. It's hard to pinpoint where either Erin Love or Grey 26 are, since their location spots are fairly large. Emma's is more precise because she's low down on the leaderboard. I creep closer to her. Then I step out from behind a partially erected wall and meet Erin Love, posing against a digger like she's trying to sell it. I gulp. "Erin," I say, feigning surprise. "I can't believe you're here." "I know. It's such a coincidence," Erin says. "How are you, bestie?" "Not great," I say. "You cheating me out of those points at the museum wasn't very nice." Erin laughs quietly. "You're still upset? I'd have thought your brother being accused of murder would put things in perspective." "Stepbrother," I sniff. "And Rose wasn't murdered. Her death was an accident." "You sound very sure. Were you there?" I feel my blood rush to my cheeks. "I was at the party, yes. You were too, if I remember correctly." Erin's perfect lips quirk into a faint smile, like she's amused by the memory. Then she strolls off, already bored with our conversation. I run after her. Got to keep my friends close and my enemies closer. "Wait, what are you doing here? Are you following Emma too? The journalist?" "No." She points as Grey 26 trips out from behind a pile of dirt. "I was following him, although he was following Emma." Grey 26's face freezes as he spots us.
"I was, looking for somewhere to pee."
The effort of coming up with that lie was way obvious.
"Who are you?"
"I'm a friend of Anton's, and I'm investigating this ghost business for him," I say. "My name's Charlotte."
"Grayson,"
he says, giving me an awkward little wave. "Charlotte's also Matthew Bright's sister," Erin says, examining her fingernails. "For full disclosure's sake." I take a deep breath. "Stepsister. Erin Love is just here for the fame." Erin grins. "Actually, it's the money I want." She walks off again, pleased with herself. "Let's talk to Emma then, seeing as you're both so interested in her."
"No, I'm not."
Grey 26 trails off when he no doubt realises that neither Erin Love nor I are falling for his lies. He follows me. I follow Erin. Emma's spot is ahead, jumping about in the darkness of what will eventually be a block of apartments. At the moment, it's all metal supports and concrete slabs and a whole lot of shadowy places where anyone could be hiding. Exchanging looks, we tiptoe closer and closer. And there's nothing here, I say, turning on the spot. That's not entirely true. Erin unhooks something from an exposed bolt. It's a tracking bracelet, which, based on my location map, belongs to Emma. A pair of smart glasses lies crushed on the ground. Blood spattered on the broken lenses. 12. Erin. I examine the tracking bracelet. It's still active, so it can't have been here for long. Emma must be close by. Do you think she's been kidnapped? Charlotte whispers. Or worse? This can't be happening, Grayson says. He's staring down at the smart glasses. There are several drops of blood on the crack-frosted lenses, like someone stood over them with a nosebleed. It's not much blood at all, but Grayson's clearly panicking. Anton suspects him, and who am I to argue with £20,000 and a leg up in this competition? But come on, Grayson couldn't scheme his way out of a paper bag. No way is he involved in something as sophisticated as hacking into Anton's game and pretending to be a ghost. But if Anton wants to pay me to follow him and find out what he's up to, then that's what I'm going to do. He's scared. This could be my chance to get closer to him. The only problem is Charlotte. I dust off my hands and sigh loudly. Oh well, I guess she's gone. We'd better go our separate ways before the game restarts. I wait, hoping that Charlotte will take the hint and leave. She doesn't. No, we're going to work together to find Emma, Charlotte says, sounding a lot like a schoolteacher. She looks like one too, with her serious haircut. We are? Grayson finally tears his eyes away from the blood. I promised Anton that I would save his game from whoever it is trying to sabotage him with this rose nonsense. Charlotte looks meaningfully at me, as does the ridiculous drawing of Anton on her hoodie. Emma is a journalist investigating what happened to Rose, and now she's vanished. She has to be important. You mean she's not just another contestant? Grayson says. Grayson is claiming he doesn't know who Emma is, yet he was clearly following her. Perhaps there is something to Anton's suspicions after all. Charlotte continues. Emma was undercover at the party where Rose died, but Matthew threw her out. She pauses to gasp loudly. I wonder if she saw Matthew being naughty. She found me less than an hour ago, wanting to know what I remembered from that party, and if I'd seen anything odd, I admit. What did you tell her? Charlotte asks. I shrug. That I don't remember anything? That's interesting, she says. Something else interesting is that Emma vanished moments before we got here. Where were you exactly when that happened? Where were you? Grayson steps between the two of us with his hand raised. I'm seriously confused, so I'm going to go. Wait, Charlotte and I say in unison. We glower at each other. I thought we were a team, Charlotte says. He shakes his head, swishing his mane of hair. I'm not interested in teaming up. I'm a lone wolf, and also I don't trust either of you. He has a point, but I'm yet to meet a boy who can't be won over with a flutter of my eyelashes. I force myself to smile at him. If you want to go it alone, that's fine. I guess I thought we were friends after what happened at the museum. To my surprise, he doesn't bite. Friends? Is that why you fixed it, so I get those points? Ha! So you admit you cheated? Charlotte cries. I ignore her and keep my attention fixed on Grayson. It's not all about the money for me. The thing is, I knew Rose. You knew Rose? His voice changes from steely to wistful in a split second. Got him. I collabed with Anton and the accomplices a number of times. She always seemed nice. This isn't true. Sure, I met Rose, but she wasn't nice. Patronising and arrogant would be a better description. Poking her nose in where it didn't belong. I feel like I'm part of this, like I owe it to Rose to play her game. I finish. Liar,
Charlotte grumbles. You never liked Rose. And you did, I snipe, silencing her. Grayson frowns and shakes his head like it's full of wasps. Just then, I notice a Shadow City ghost rising out of the dirt behind him. Anton must have wrestled control of the game from Rose and restarted the challenge. I'll save Grayson, and he'll realise he needs me. Smiling to myself, I step forward and lift my arm to swipe the ghost away. Charlotte gets there before me, leaping past both me and Grayson. With a dramatic slashing movement, she draws a cross in the air and then punches the ghost through the heart. It explodes into writhing black dust that streams into the pink-hued sky. You're welcome, she says sweetly, blowing on her fist. Grayson gapes wide-eyed, like he can't believe how close he came to being caught by the ghost. Thanks, Charlotte. He checks for more ghosts, then takes a shaky breath. I guess it wouldn't hurt if we stick together for a bit. They walk away together, leaving me silently seething. Charlotte is sharper than she initially appears. I need to up my game if I want to come out on top. We climb through the fence and onto the road. Passing cars have their lights on now, and the reds and whites glow as brightly as the projected display on my smart glasses. Let's think about this rationally, I say. Emma could have gone home, but she didn't strike me as someone to give up easily. We can presume she's still determined to write her article. That means she either ditched her bracelet and glasses to avoid being followed, or someone grabbed her and... What are you doing? Charlotte has dropped to the ground and is crawling on the sidewalk. I'm searching for clues. There might be tyre marks or... Get up already! You're being ridiculous! She stands up and holds out a finger to me. The tip is red with blood. In the time it took you to insult me, I found a trail. She must be bleeding, but at least she hasn't been driven off by a kidnapper. This way. I growl under my breath as Charlotte sets off, her short hair bouncing smugly. We don't find any more blood, but it doesn't matter. Emma was on foot, walking in the direction of the river, and the end point of Anton's latest challenge. All the contestants are heading that way, not to mention Anton's helpers. Most likely, Emma's going there too, hoping to find the next instalment for her story. We fall into an uneasy silence, broken by the occasional appearance of Anton's Shadow City ghosts. They're easy enough to exercise at the moment, but they're becoming more frequent and faster moving. I usually find Shadow City pretty tame, but the ghosts are scarier now that darkness is falling. We should get to know each other a bit better, Charlotte says, breaking the quiet. What's your favourite Anton video ever? I haven't watched that many, Grayson says. Charlotte gasps and covers Anton's ears on her hoodie. Well, you should. They're hilarious. One of my top moments was in Lost in the Maze. Anton had this huge hedge maze in his old garden, and it was in the shape of his face. Anton and the accomplices recorded themselves with drones running around the maze, shooting at each other with paintball guns. Matthew got hit in the boy parts. I laughed and laughed. You and Matthew aren't close then? Grayson asks, wincing. Not in the slightest. I literally hate him. I don't know why Anton and Beatrix put up with that big cheat face. Do you have any evidence of his affairs, though? I say, just to be contrary. I don't need proof, Charlotte sniffs. You can smell the lies on him. It's a horrid, sweaty musk. Like Rose's ghost said, people don't change. She seemed very angry, don't you think? Maybe she was having an affair with him. Grayson stops walking at this, and his jaw goes painfully tight. Interesting. Did you know Rose? I say mildly. He hesitates. No. Liar. Why would I know her? His voice goes a bit high-pitched. I'm here for Anton. Love him. And yet you haven't seen any of his videos? Charlotte crosses her arms. I have. The zorbing one was good. When they went zorbing in Greenwich Park and Anton got arrested. Again, interesting. He picked one of the few videos where Anton suffered the consequences of his rule-breaking behaviour. Rumour has it the fine was massive. I always liked the ones with just him and Rose.
I say, making my voice and face as innocent as possible. They were such a cute couple.
Most of that was faked for the cameras,
Grayson says in a soft growl. He speeds up so he doesn't have to walk with us. Also interesting. As we get closer to the river, the Shadow City ghosts become more and more frequent, although there's no sign of Anton. We're forced to keep turning on the spot to make sure nothing creeps up on us. I exercise 3 ghosts and Charlotte gets 4, but I console myself with the knowledge that she's a long way behind me on the overall scoreboard. I'm winning, and winning easily. We pass by an unlit park, surrounded by a low metal fence. I spot something. Crossing the busy road, I lift a torn hat off one of the fence's vicious spikes. It's a grey fedora with a purple ribbon.
"That's Emma 98's hat,"
Grayson says.
"What a waste."
Charlotte gasps. She has been kidnapped, or eaten by a bear. Or she's hiding from us in the park, I say. Come on. I check that there's no police around, then pull myself up and over the fence. Grayson clumsily follows, but Charlotte looks horrified. That's so dangerous! One slip and it's death by impalement. We both made it fine, I say, following a path lit by old-fashioned streetlights. Away from the city traffic, it suddenly feels much more like nighttime. You stay out there if you want. A heavy thud announces that she's more or less made it over without serious injury. She runs to catch up. I went through a phase of watching a lot of old public information videos, she says. Spike fences are right up there with playing on railroad tracks and falling into quicksand.
"Quicksand?"
Grayson says.
"Really?"
It's a misnomer, actually. Quicksand is liquid mud. It's a non-Newtonian solid with a varying viscosity, depending on the application of force.
"I'm so glad you're here to educate me."
Grayson laughs, but it's a friendly laugh, not the mocking one Charlotte deserves.
"You're a bit of a brainiac, or what?"
I'm a writer, actually. I do a lot of research for my, stories. She goes a bit red and stops talking, like she said something she shouldn't have. I bite my tongue. I'm aware of what a non-Newtonian solid is, too. But before my mother decided to homeschool me so we could concentrate on her channel, I was acing all of my subjects, especially science and math. It never crosses anyone's mind to wonder if I'm smart, though. They're usually too busy staring at my chest. Did you hear that? Charlotte says, stopping abruptly. I squint past the yellow light of the streetlights into the shadowy trees beyond. A second later, someone rushes straight for me and knocks me to the ground.
13. Grayson. Erin and Emma 98 tussle on the ground, punches and kicks flying. I hover uncertainly. Erin lands a fist on Emma's cheek, and I flinch. "Stop it right now!" Charlotte shines the bright light of her phone's flashlight on them. "What would Anton think?" Erin judo rolls away from the other girl and rises to her feet with her fists raised. She appears to be unharmed, and somehow as polished as ever. Emma stands up less gracefully, her previously neat ponytail coming loose. She sways slightly, then tentatively touches a swollen cut on her temple. I turn away from the sight of the dried blood. "Whoa, I didn't hit you that hard," Erin says. "This wasn't you." She leans against a bench, lit by a flickering streetlight. It turns her into a cliched detective from a trashy novel, with her trench coat and ugly high heels. "Why did you attack me?" Erin says. "I heard voices and thought you might be planning to hit me with a scaffolding pole. Again. I was already swinging when I realized who you were." "That's where the blood at the building site came from." Charlotte slaps a hand to her mouth. "Oh my goodness. Was someone trying to kill you?" Emma shakes her head, then winces. "Truth be told, I'm not 100% sure the pole didn't fall on me by mistake. I thought I heard footsteps, but head injury." "You ditched the bracelet so no one could find you," Erin says, catching on a lot faster than I ever could. Didn't work though, did it? Emma says. She looks fiercely between the three of us. First Erin, then Charlotte, and finally me. Her gaze lingers on me. I tuck my hands into my pockets so that she won't see how much they're shaking. It's humiliating that the three girls are keeping their shit together while I dissolve into a puddle of terror and anxiety at their feet. I'm surprised to see you again, Emma says to me. I still haven't figured out where I know you from, but I will. I have one of those faces, I say. He really does, Charlotte says. I thought he was Jesus when I first saw him. It's the hair. Erin and Emma look at Charlotte like she's been sniffing glue. Then they both return their glares to me. Usually, having two pretty girls paying me this much attention would be flattering. I get the feeling they both find me lacking in every possible way, though. Why are you following me? Emma says. She's addressing us all, but her eyes haven't left mine. I desperately want to ask her if she's been helping Rose's ghost stage her takeover, or if she knows who is. I want to ask her if she knows a way to talk to Rose, because I'd give anything for one last chance to tell her I love her. But if I say those things out loud, I'll have to explain who I really am, and why I'm really here. I can't risk anything getting back to Anton. Anton's money? I mumble. I thought you might know about about who hacked the game. You're after his £10,000. That I could believe from Erin, and Charlotte's clearly here because she's an Anton stan. I am, Charlotte says happily. Then she quickly exorcises a nearby ghost that's emerged out of thin air. But you, Emma says. I nervously clear my throat. Erin comes to my rescue. Charlotte said you were at the party where Rose died. I didn't see you there, she says to Emma. Matthew spotted me taking photos and threw me out, Emma admits. Why were you taking photos? Erin says. Emma tightens the belt on her trench coat and looks around like she thinks we're being watched. Beneath the glow of the streetlight, her serious frown makes her face shadowy. It's creepy, especially with all those ghosts about. They roam the park, glowing in the darkness. Their programming doesn't have them chasing us yet. It's only a matter of time. I used to write about Anton and the accomplices for my school paper, Emma says. Like a gossip column, I guess. At first, I was a fan. Then I discovered what they're really like, and the shine totally wore off. I started work on an exposé about the drugs and bad behavior at Anton's parties. But then Rose died and, you know. Is Rose why you're here tonight? Charlotte says. Mostly, I thought there might be a story in the game that would look good on college applications. I didn't expect it to take such a dark turn. Do you think Rose was murdered? Erin says. I shriek as a ghost gets close enough to register my position. It goes from drifting spectre to howling monster in a split second. Long fingernails slash at me as smoke billows from its open mouth. Erin exercises it as I cower in fear. She shoots me a look of such disapproval, I want to turn myself inside out. Emma sighs. Honestly, I don't know anymore. I always believed her death was an accident. I came here tonight thinking I could fill in the final gaps in Rose's story, not solve a murder. What gaps? I say, lowering my voice to sound more manly. That night at the party, I overheard Matthew and Rose arguing. She was yelling at him, saying he had to tell Beatrix the truth. I figured it was about those photos of him in his underwear. Then what happened? Erin says, impatiently observing a number of approaching ghosts. They've evolved. They're coming for us. As I watch one, its face flickers. For a second, it's Rose. Her eyes are burning embers. Her mouth is ringed with black and far too wide. "Shit, we really need to go," I say, backing away. Emma ignores me. I don't know what happened after that. I took a photo of the argument, but like an amateur, I'd left the automatic flash on. Matthew spotted me and had security throw me out of the party. "What time was this?" Erin asks. She shrugs. "Hours before Rose died. 8, maybe? That's why the police weren't even interested in my photos. I guess they'd already decided it was an accident." "We're going to get tagged out by these ghosts," I say. "We need to run." "We're nearly done," Erin says. Emma touches her head again, this time thoughtfully. "If it was murder, though." She stops speaking and looks around, like she's heard a noise. There are dozens of Shadow City ghosts approaching, ready to pounce. But they're not what has her spooked. She can't even see them without smart glasses. "What were you going to say?" Erin says. "Huh?" Emma blinks at her. "This is too much. I keep thinking someone's after me, which is why I was hiding in the building site in the first place. And then someone pushed that scaffolding pole on me." Charlotte watches Erin closely. "According to the map, the 4 of us were the only ones in the building site." "The only ones with tracking bracelets," Erin says, straightening her spine. "Every member of the crew has smart glasses they can use to find us with. They just don't show up on the map." We all fall silent as this information sinks in. Then a Shadow City ghost lunges at me, and Erin exercises it. But not before my wristband buzzes, and I lose one of my 3 hearts. "I need to go," Emma says abruptly. Charlotte blocks her way. "Wait, we should stick together, don't you think?" Emma makes an unimpressed noise, like a cat with a hairball. "As you said, you were all in the building site when I was attacked, and I'm sorry if I'm not about to trust Matthew's sister when she gave Anton an alibi for the night of Rose's death." Emma jogs away, leaving Charlotte open-mouthed and red-faced. A moment of silence. "You were his alibi," Erin says. "You." "Anton didn't need an alibi because it was an accident." She glances at the ghosts and makes a face. "Grayson's right. We should head for the geofenced safe zone." "Not until you tell us what really happened at the party," Erin says. Charlotte swallows. "Oh, all right. It was a warm night. Not hot. Kind of average. Skip the weather report. I'm setting the scene. The story won't have the same emotional depth, but whatever. I arrived at the party with Matthew, but he ditched me in the gardens with the other guests, and I didn't see him for the rest of the night. I didn't see much of the accomplices and crew, in fact. I was mostly on my own." "Doesn't sound much fun," I say shakily. I edge closer to Erin as a ghost approaches with its arms outstretched. I try to exercise it, but I'm not close enough and forget the moves. I see a flicker out of the corner of my eye, and I briefly think it's Rose. I'm officially losing it. Charlotte bites her lip, watching the ghosts, then turns back to Erin. "It wasn't long before I bumped into Rose, and she was rude to me, so that wasn't fun either." "Rude how?" Erin asks. "She called me a pathetic Anton fan, which maybe I am, although pathetic is kind of harsh." "What happened next?" Well, around 10 o'clock I spotted Anton crossing the lawn. He was alone, so I took the opportunity to talk to him. I caught up with him outside the big hedge maze in his garden. He seemed upset, so I asked him if he was all right. but then we heard someone calling for him. He took my hand and led me into the maze. The one that's in the shape of his face. Unimportant, Erin says. Charlotte continues. In one of the eyes, there was a cute summer house, and that's where he took me. It was beautiful. Inside, it was this amazing open-plan den. There were cushions and beanbags and a sofa in the shape of a giant pair of lips. Did you have sex with him? Erin asks. All of Charlotte's blood finds its way into her head. I worry she's about to pop like an overinflated water balloon. What? How can you? Who do you think you are? How dare you? She splutters. That's a no then, I joke, trying to act like my usual goofy self. Hard when I'm surrounded by monsters. But you spent the whole night together, Erin continues. Not having sex. Charlotte wipes sweat from her hairline. Yes. Until the next morning, she scowls. I don't see why you're questioning me, given your mother was at the party causing a drunken scene. My mother always causes a scene, Erin sighs, but her shoulders slump. She looks around, seeming to notice the ghosts for the first time. There are too many to fight now. Charlotte gestures to the ghosts. So excuse me, but I'm out of here. With that, she sets off at a sprint. Ghosts turn their fiery eyes toward her as she gets close enough to activate them. Their faces contort, mouths split open, leaving ragged skin hanging in strips. They lift their arms with the crack and pop of breaking bones. Huh, Erin says nonchalantly. They've had an upgrade. In turn, they become Rose, then flash back to grey-faced ghosts. They approach in a tightening circle. Their burning eyes bore into me as their mouths tear wider and wider, revealing nothing but darkness.
14. Charlotte. I can't believe her cheek. Emma, throwing me to the wolves like that. Insinuating that I covered for Anton because I'm Matthew's stepsister. It's almost as if she thinks I made it up, which I did not. I would never. A few details may have been massaged, but that's a storyteller's prerogative. The important thing is my time with Anton was special and meaningful and classy, no matter what Erin, Love and Grayson think. I wish it hadn't been sullied by this alibi nonsense, of course, but now's not the time to dwell on the nagging doubt at the back of my mind. I need to focus on running from dozens of hinge-jawed ghosts. At first, my legs are buoyed by the power of love and determination, and I run like the wind. 5 minutes later, I realise that this isn't how human musculature works. My calves burn and my lungs constrict. A stitch in my side feels like a shard of my rib has broken off and is stabbing me in the liver. I have to rest. I can't go on. Then I turn a corner, and up ahead, like a glowing oasis, there's a subway station. My wristband won't have a signal underground. The ghosts will leave me alone. I'll have 5 minutes before I time out, but it will be enough to regroup. I barrel through the barriers and shove my way down the escalator. Ghosts continue to appear, floating in mid-air without any flat ground for them to stand on. I trip off the escalator and scramble along the tiled tunnels, out onto the platform. And then the ghosts vanish. There's a train pulling into the platform with a noisy electrical hum. The announcement is drowned out by screeching brakes, and the doors hiss open. I wouldn't usually take a risk like this. I have 4.5 minutes left on my countdown, but the next station is 1 minute away. It will get me closer to the river and give me a chance to catch my breath. It's not cheating, I tell myself. Inside the train, I slide down onto the floor by the doors, even though there are seats. The car is way too bright. I must resemble a sweaty tomato. A woman keeps flicking me curious glances. This time around, it's not so exciting having people know I'm playing Anton's game. I try to stay calm, but every time the train wheels clank on the tracks, my heart jumps in my chest. "Excuse me," the woman says. "Are you part of that game?" "No," I say. "Not me." "Oh, I thought your glasses—" I push them up my nose and smile at her. "Just glasses. Actually, I'm on my way to meet my dad. I haven't seen him for a while, and he's coming to visit." "That's so sweet," she says, returning to her book. All right, I can do this. I close my eyes and do some deep breathing. In for 4, out for 8. Feeling more composed, I open my eyes again. It takes me a second to realise that the countdown on my lenses has vanished, and I'm back in the game. That's weird. Surely that could only happen if my wristband had a signal, and that's not possible so far underground. Then it hits me. I'd forgotten about that new plan to increase the free Wi-Fi coverage on the subway. It's okay. It's okay. Shadow City is designed to work for pedestrians, not on 40-mile-per-hour trains. The ghosts can't take shape properly. They rush past harmlessly, as blurs at the corners of my vision. We'll reach the next station within seconds, and I'll get above ground. Only then the train slows. It stops. It waits. This is more of a problem. Now the ghosts are materialising for real, reaching for me with their horrid fingernails, coming closer and closer. They flicker in and out of existence as the Wi-Fi cuts in and out. I try to exercise them, but it doesn't work. Why won't it work? "I need to get off this train," I shout, slapping my hand on the door release button. "Let me off!" Outside, the tunnel is dark, all wires and filthy concrete. I'm buried below ground, surrounded by endless mud and rock, entombed down here like one of the dead. A ghost stretches its arm toward me, and its mouth becomes this huge, gaping black hole that threatens to suck me in. I shriek and shield my face. Then we're moving again, and the ghost rushes away. The commuters watch me suspiciously. It can't be much longer. I need to get outside where I can run. I jiggle up and down, skittish with nervous energy. The lights on the train flicker, and we're plunged into absolute darkness, broken only by the sudden spark of electricity from the train wheels as we slow to a halt. The Shadow City ghosts vanish, and the Wi-Fi signal, and my countdown starts. But in the dark, I swear I can hear a ghost creeping toward me, and this one isn't from Anton's game. This time when I scream, someone else does too, followed by nervous laughter. I want to tell everyone that there's nothing for them to be scared of. This ghost is here for me and me alone, because this ghost is Rose, risen from her grave with peeling skin and empty eye sockets. She exhales fetid breath against my face. "This is on you, Charlotte," she says. "This is what you wanted." Another scream tears its way out of me, and it sets off a chain reaction. People start yelling and crying for help. The whole car becomes this cacophony of sobs and shouts. People hammer on the windows. Someone presses the call button to alert the driver, but his reply is nothing but static. My countdown ticks over, closer and closer to the 1-minute mark, and still the train doesn't move. The lights don't come on. I press myself against the divider and squeeze my eyes closed. I can sense her right there, inches from my face. What's she waiting for? What does she want with me? "You lied," Rose snarls. "I had no choice," I whisper, hiccuping in my panic. "All you cared about was yourself." "That's not true. I never meant for any of this to happen." The car is a chaos of yelling and fists beating on the doors. I take myself away, into a memory of that night in the maze. "Tell me about yourself, Charlotte," Anton said, closing the door of the summer house. He peered out of the floor-to-ceiling windows to make sure we were alone. "Well, I'm 16, and I'm a huge fan. The biggest." I told Anton how I loved English and hated math, and how I wrote stories in my spare time. I remember I was so nervous being in the same room as him. But you know what he told me?
Charlotte, you've got this. No one can be you better than you can. You're the only Charlotte here right now, and that makes you the best.
It made me laugh, and I started to relax. Anton went on to tell me how he'd gotten into making game maps for his friends and turned it into a living. He seemed so different from his online persona, and it only made me love him more. In his videos, I'd seen glimpses of the shy, thoughtful boy he really was, but that night, I got to meet him for real. He told me he'd fallen out with his family, and how everything he did was to prove himself to his dad. We had so much in common. Both of us had been abandoned by our fathers in one way or another. Both of us wanted someone to see us. I told him that he was someone to so many people already, and he smiled.
You're the sweetest girl,
he said, closing his eyes and resting his head on my shoulder. It wasn't long before he was snoring away. I put my hand under his, and he squeezed it, and everything was perfect. That's what I'm playing for. That's what I have to lose. You have everything to lose, Rose's ghost says. No, I reply. You're not real. You can't hurt me. The lights come on, and I'm alone. Well, I'm in a subway car full of a dozen panicking people, some of whom are crying, some of whom are trying to smash the windows with their briefcases. But Rose is gone. My timer stops as the signal returns, barely in time. The train shudders and starts to move as the ghosts reappear. Seconds later, we're pulling into the platform. I press the open doors button repeatedly until the car releases me. I dare a quick look over my shoulder at the now embarrassed passengers trying to act like nothing happened in the tunnel in the dark. They return to their seats or hurry off the train, wiping their eyes and smoothing their clothes. I push my way through the crowds on the platform and hurry up the escalators, pausing to exercise a particularly persistent ghost. I burst out of the station into welcome fresh air, and the second I've got my bearings, I set off at a run. The ghosts are getting faster, but I can outrun them. Like Anton told me, I've got this. 15. Erin. I leave Grayson gaping at the ghosts, and I run. I'm not sacrificing my place in this competition for anyone, especially not him. Maybe he'll make it, maybe he won't. That's his problem. I'm sprinting toward the river when suddenly everything stops. The ghosts freeze with their talons outstretched and their jagged teeth bared. I slow to a walk. As I pass the ghosts, they distort like optical illusions that only make sense when you look directly at them. Among them all, balanced on his ridiculous Segway and holding a tablet, is Matthew. His faux hawk is flat, and he appears to be breaking out in hives. There are several raised blotches on his neck, red where he's been scratching. I prefer this messy version of him. At least it's real. He gestures at the frozen ghosts.
Makes things easier for you, right?
He says, his voice raspy. I was doing okay by myself.
I suppose you were,
he admits.
But it's early days.
I cross my arms and wait for him to tell me why he's interrupted the game to speak to me. I'll play my part for the cameras, flirting and laughing. But there are no cameras here now. He's frozen the game for a reason, and I'm betting it's because he doesn't want Anton finding out about our conversation. He clears his throat.
I wanted to talk to you about this Rose nonsense, he says. I saw you following Emma 98 and meeting up with my sister. Why are you getting involved in this?
Anton asked me to. He does a double take and nearly drops the tablet.
Anton?
Didn't you know that? I thought he told you everything. I shouldn't stir the pot. It's what my mother would do, and I'm nothing like her. But Matthew's an easy target, so convinced of his own importance that he can't comprehend not being at the centre of everything.
No, he doesn't, he says. Anton's losing it over the interruptions to his game. I haven't seen him so worked up since...
Since Rose? He changes the subject.
What does he want you to do?
Find the person who's behind that ghost. For some reason, I don't admit that he specifically asked me to spy on Grayson. I'm not letting anyone, especially not Matthew, get in the way of my plans. Matthew's jaw twitches.
You need to walk away from this. Focus on the game and forget everything else.
I can manage both, I say with a shrug.
I don't think you understand. Take a look at your map and find Alice 91. She's just down the road.
I do what I'm told. Who is she?
Nobody.
Matthew types on his tablet. As I watch, her spot vanishes. He lowers the tablet to his side.
I can edit you out of the competition in seconds, like I did Alice 91.
Blackmail? Not happening. I take a step toward him and place a single finger on his chest. He swallows heavily. Only you can't, I say. I'm not a nobody. I'm top of the leaderboard, and people would notice if I vanished. I suspect your boss would be very unhappy with you. His face goes still and loses its usual expressiveness. I know I've struck a nerve.
I'm Anton's business partner. I don't work for him. What makes you think he'd pick you over me?
I laugh. To annoy you? He manages a hint of a surprised smile.
Fair enough.
What's it to you anyway, whether I get involved or not? Unless you killed Rose. His smile vanishes.
Of course I didn't kill Rose. I'm trying to protect Anton from having his name dragged into this drama again. Because that's my job. Being the voice of reason while he sends teenagers to investigate a ghost.
You believe she's real now?
Don't be ridiculous.
He runs a hand through his hair and takes a deep breath.
This won't end well for you, you know.
Is that a threat? He doesn't answer the question.
Why did you enter? You hate this whole online world.
This is unexpected. Matthew seems completely self-absorbed. It feels weird that he's noticed my lack of enthusiasm when it comes to fame. It's a lot of money, I say.
Ah, right. Money. And I imagine Amber had plenty to do with that part.
I shrug.
I'm surprised she didn't enter herself.
She tried to, I admit. The age cut-off is 21, though. Matthew shudders.
Thank God.
He fixes me with an appraising look.
You could win this, you know.
The unspoken part of his sentence, you could win this if you stop poking your nose where it doesn't belong, is clear. I hold his stare and don't back down.
All right, your choice. I'll give you 10 seconds before I unpause the game.
He winks at me.
Ugh. 10, 9, 8.
I don't stick around to hear the rest of the countdown. I shoot Matthew one last dirty glare and break into a sprint. I've made it most of the way to the path running along the edge of the river when the ghosts shudder back to life. I easily weave between them, though. My bracelet buzzes, and I step into the geo-fenced area. I'm safe, and the ghosts are gone. I pause to catch my breath, then send a surreptitious text to Jessie. We need to talk. I find a bench overlooking the river and wait for further instructions. The pavement is wide and lined with trees. Behind me, a 4-lane road is packed with traffic, but the river's more peaceful. Several barges are moored near to an ugly concrete bridge. A river bus powers past. I'm one of the first contestants here. I can see a couple of others, 2 girls chatting by a coffee truck, and a boy resting on the ground with his head in his hands. No sign of Charlotte or Grayson. 5 minutes later, I get a text from Jessie.
I'm busy setting up for the next challenge. Can't get away.
My heart sinks. So much has happened since I last saw him, and he still can't find the time to even chat. Suddenly, I'm hit by a wave of red-hot anger. I need him, and he's ignoring me. So I text him something that I know will get his attention. Matthew came to speak to me. He was flirting with me. This isn't entirely true. A wink is hardly a proposition, and Matthew winks at everyone. But I'm feeling hurt that Jessie's pushed me into entering this competition and then abandoned me to the wolves. I guess I want to make him feel bad for a second. He texts me almost immediately.
Turn right and keep walking.
I head along the river, passing a lifeboat station along the way. Suddenly, I'm grabbed from behind and pulled down a flight of unlit steps leading to a basement bar. My signal goes out of range. Before I can get my balance back, Jessie spins me around and kisses me hungrily, like we haven't seen each other for weeks rather than hours. He pulls back, and I look up into his hazel eyes. "I missed you," I say.
"What did that son of a bitch say to you?"
he says. "Matthew? Oh, nothing really. He doesn't want me sticking my nose into this whole thing with Rose."
"Rose? Why are you sticking your nose in?"
"Anton asked me to. He thinks someone has set up this Rose Ghost act to sabotage the game. He suspects that Grayson boy from the museum." He shakes his head dismissively.
"The ghost thing is a stupid distraction. Forget it. You should be concentrating on the competition."
"The one that I'm winning? Besides, Anton offered me money to keep tabs on Grayson. 20 grand. I couldn't say no." He thinks about this.
20 grand is nothing compared to 100.
"But 120 is better than 100.
"You're evil. I love it."
He kisses me again, more hurriedly this time, and then pulls away.
"What else did Matthew say to you? You said he was flirting?"
"He winked at me, that's all." His hands form fists at his sides.
"I don't trust him with you. He'll hit on you, and you won't be able to say no."
"What did you say?" A step away from him. "I won't be able to say no? I've said no to more people than Jessie's dated in his entire life. I'm not some naive little girl who would have her head turned by a pretty boy like Matthew. Is that seriously how Jessie sees me? What the fuck, Jessie? I can handle Matthew."
"I bet you can."
He laughs, loudly, like it's the funniest thing ever.
"Like mother, like daughter."
I hold both hands up. "Whoa! No, you don't get to say that sort of shit to me."
"I'm sorry,"
he says, reaching for me. I catch the smallest roll of his eyes as he does.
"I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
I yank my hand free of his. Maybe it's this stupid competition. Maybe it's the way Jessie's been too busy for me all night until I mention Matthew. But it feels like a flashlight's pointing at the cracks in my relationship, and I'm too tired and cold and scared to deny that they're there. Jessie's jealous streak has always made me uncomfortable, but I told myself it was a sign that he cared. Now I feel as much of a possession as I do with my mother, a thing that needs to be controlled, an object to be owned, and I'm done. I back away from him, raising a shaking finger. "You need to grow the hell up, Jessie," I say, my voice quiet and dangerous.
"I'm sorry, come on."
I duck away from his arms and run up the steps.
"Erin!"
he calls after me.
"Don't walk away from me." "Fine, screw you then. Run to your little friend, Matthew. See if I care, bitch."
Each word is a bullet. There's so much viciousness in his voice. Hatred, even. My legs feel wobbly beneath me. My heart beats like a tiny bird, quivering in my chest. But in my belly, there's a rising pool of rage. Suddenly, my eyes are fully open, and I can see my relationship with Jessie for what it really is. A way out of one life that would have led me straight back to more of the same shit that I was trying to escape in the first place. Jessie, like Amber, wants to mould me around his own life. Only, I'm getting tired of being the daughter or the girlfriend. I want to be me, not the final piece to someone else's puzzle. I wipe a tear and I walk away. I spot Grayson, and a weak little part of me wants to run over to him to see a semi-friendly face. But I don't know anything about him. Not really. He's not my friend. I don't have friends. I turn in the opposite direction. I'm going to show Jessie that I'm not the girl he thinks I am. I don't need him. I don't need anyone.
16. Grayson. I smell the river before I see it. It's the stench of low tide, when the rot hidden beneath the water is revealed. Thick mud teeming with worms and fish shit and dead algae, not to mention the crap that people toss into the river. Plastic bottles and take-out wrappers. Safe to say, The gleam has worn off for me when it comes to this city and this game. With 2 of my 3 lives gone, I emerge onto the embankment and find that dozens of contestants are already here. I'm not in the mood to chat, though. There are too many thoughts tap dancing in my brain, and my heart's keeping time. So I wander along the river while I wait for the challenge to start. I'm lurking under a bridge like a troll when I spot a familiar face. It's Jesse from the museum. I freeze, thinking he's spotted me, but then he hurries down a flight of stone steps onto the riverbank. I should get out of here. He accosted me after seeing me win those points from Erin, and it was only the approaching police that saved me from an awkward conversation. Except he's up to something. I approach the steps where he vanished and peer over the river wall. There's a little stony beach down there, lapped by small waves. Vertical wooden beams make a hidden space beneath my feet, like the darkness beneath a pier. Jesse's on the beach, fiddling with a metal box. I can't figure out what it is. His phone rings, and grumbling, he answers. "Yeah, I'm doing it now," he says. "I was busy." "No, stop. You're not paying me enough to order me around." I lean over further and try to get a better angle on the box. Jesse looks up, and I barely manage to duck out of sight in time. That was dangerously close. I'm about to walk away when he says something that catches my attention. "Don't worry. Everything's ready for Rose's next appearance." I stop. I'm not asking questions. I make a point to stay out of rich person bullshit, especially when dead girls are involved. I'm merely pointing out how I'd have asked for more money if I'd known what this favour would entail. He hangs up the phone. I don't push my luck. I jog toward the rest of the contestants before he realises I've been spying on him. I discover that a crowd is blocking the sidewalk. Everyone is craning their heads to see down the river. Most are contestants, but there are several confused passers-by in there too. "What's happening?" I say, squeezing to the front. "We're not sure," a girl says. "I think the challenge involves that boat." I can hear classical music. Approaching along the river is an old-fashioned tugboat with black wooden sides and a tall red chimney wrapped in strings of lights. There's a small lifeboat suspended above the deck, next to a cute little cabin in which the driver stands. On the roof, there's a speaker spewing out the music. "That's Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake," someone says. As the boat chugs closer, I realise that it's pulling something behind it. A cluster of small, white, plastic boats. Maybe a dozen of them. I stand on the first rung of the fence and squint. The boats have long swan's necks. "It's like that video of his," a contestant gasps. "The one where the accomplices chased each other in swan paddle boats." "Don't think I saw that one," I say. "It's one of their most famous stunts." The girl shuffles away from me, as if my lack of fandom knowledge might somehow taint her. The truth is, I have seen that particular video a dozen or more times. It was the stunt that led to my argument with Rose, that saw us split up. See, at the end, Anton and Rose pedal off together on one of the boats, surrounded by post-production hearts. She denied there was anything going on, but 3 months after we'd split up, they started dating for real. The boats pull up to the bank, deafening us with the music. 3 men emerge onto the deck and mess with some ropes. Then the crowd shifts as a small but determined person comes pushing their way through. It's Beatrix, her face pale and panicked. "Wait!" she yells at the driver of the boat, but her voice is lost to the music. The men untie a floating ring of buoys, and the swans drift free. Then the boat powers away, leaving the swans bobbing sadly in the dark water. A couple run aground on the mud. One is picked up by a current and carried away, tipping in the wind and gradually filling with water. "This is a disaster," Beatrix says. "Thanks to Rose, Anton's having trouble with his connection, and he hasn't explained the challenge yet." To be fair, I'm not sure swan boats on the Thames were ever going to end in anything but disaster, I muse. She glances at me, and her eyes crinkle in recognition. The colour of her irises is even prettier beneath the streetlights. I shouldn't stare, but I can't help myself. "Don't," she says, suppressing a laugh. "I have been the #1 critic of this challenge, but literally no one listens to me." "I couldn't do your job," I say, forcing myself to look at her grubby Converse instead of her face. "I mean, family isn't a real job, but it would be nice if I didn't already know I'll get the blame when it goes wrong." She grimaces at the swans, then turns away with a shudder. I follow her out of the crowd. "I'd better not get arrested," she says sadly. "You ever consider saying no to him?" "He's my brother, and I love him," she says. "Don't you have someone you'd do anything for, even if it meant getting into trouble?" I think of Rose. "Yeah, I suppose so," I say. She sighs and chews on the end of a braid. Then she spits it out like it tastes disgusting. "I'd better get going, see if I can fix this mess. The challenge was supposed to be over before anyone got a chance to call the police." "We're sitting swans," I say, nodding at my own joke. "You know, like ducks." "I got it, Grayson," she says, rolling her eyes. "But thanks for the clarification." As she leaves, she bumps her hip against mine. I smile after her, and for 5 seconds, the world feels slightly lighter. Then Rose's ghost appears through my smart glasses, and I remember why I'm here. Beatrix stops mid-step and puts a hand to her mouth. "Hello, losers," Rose says, smiling gleefully. Her voice is crackly and disjointed, as is her face. But she's still beautiful. "I wanted to say hello and see how you're doing." "Oh no," Beatrix says. "Not now." "What do you think about Matthew? Is he our killer? Or will it be the next suspect?" Rose paces, a finger to her lips, like she's thinking. I hold my breath and wait for the announcement. Rose flicks her hair, and the movement is so familiar that it tears at my heart. Then she spins her big wheel of suspects, leaving it clackety-clacking its way around and around as she talks. "There's a big Anton community on Gossip. I'm sure many of you are members. Back when I was alive, the Anton fans on Gossip used to love talking about me. You should have heard the things they used to say." Out of the corner of my eye, I see a light sweeping across the side of the closest bridge. It shows words moving over the concrete. It's not just a trick projected on our lenses. The words are really there, for everyone to see. "I wish Rose would go away. She's such a bitch. Someone should wipe that stupid smile off her face." All these comments were written by a single poster. Rose continues as her wheel slows. "Anton's girl, XOXO. But they weren't the only things she said. The comments on the bridge vanish, replaced by one that reads, "Die, die, die." Anton's girl, XOXO, really didn't like me back when I was alive. She loves Anton, though. What do you think? Did she kill me because she wanted Anton all for herself? The wheel clicks as the needle jumps between segments, slowing, slowing, Rose rips the black silhouette from the wheel to reveal her next suspect. "How are you going to explain this one, Charlotte?" Rose says. She laughs, her voice crackling like flames, then vanishes. Charlotte, Matthew's little sister. Wow, that's a surprise. A murmur ripples across the rest of the contestants on the embankment, growing louder. Someone points. The crowd shifts. I see Charlotte. She looks like she's hyperventilating. She stands there shaking with tears flooding down her face as more and more people turn to stare at her. The right thing to do would be to go over and reassure her. But I can't stop thinking about Jessie. The words on the bridge are being projected from where I saw Jessie, down on the riverbank. This is what he was setting up. He works for Anton, but he's the one helping Rose stage her appearances. I don't know how or why, but it's him. I jog toward the place where I saw Jessie, and it saves me. Because moments later, several police vans pull up, and shrill whistles sound. I hide under the bridge as all hell breaks loose. People scatter in every direction as police emerge from the vans and run at us. When the contestants realize that their land-based exits are blocked off, they clamber over the wall and drop down onto the riverbank. There's screaming and slipping and splashing. People pile onto the swan boats, several on one, tipping it from side to side. One boy clings onto the neck of a swan, his feet trailing in the water, as two girls pedal for the opposite side. The police yell and try to stop contestants from running into the river. I can't get caught. I'm wary of the police after that time I went off the rails and broke Neil's nose at Rose's memorial service. I can still remember being dragged into a squad car, crying my eyes out, while half my school watched. The powerlessness and the regret hurt more than my bruised fingers. So I slide off my glasses and pull my sleeve over my bracelet. The game's offline. Anton won't notice. I slip unseen onto the riverbank, but there's no sign of Jessie. A noise behind me makes me turn. Too quickly. I lose my footing on the mud, and the only way to go is down.
17. Charlotte. I have to get away. From the police, from the pointing fingers, from the regret. My secret's out, splashed across the bridge in glowing letters, and I don't know what to do. I run through the panicking crowd of contestants. I dodge shaky flashlights and shouts and screams. I'm buffeted by people trying to escape in every direction. A rogue elbow catches my temple, and I stumble, grazing my palms on the river wall. I've barely gotten my balance when someone else slams into me from behind. I tip over the wall. I try to hold on, but momentum has hold of me. I do a forward flip and fall face first toward the mud and water below. I hit my head on something when I land. A piece of driftwood, a lump of discarded metal, a big rock. Whatever it is sends sparks flying across my field of vision. I scramble to my feet, but a combination of dizziness and the slippery ground makes it impossible to stay standing. My hands and legs sink into thick, stinky mud, and I can barely move. The icy cold seeps into my clothes as I crawl toward the water. There's a swan boat nearby on the shore that's drifted apart from the others. It's my only chance. I stagger toward the swan and shove it hard. It slides surprisingly easily into the river. I throw myself at the hard plastic. I slip and end up hanging from the swan's neck. It tips to one side. Its beak skims the water. Another contestant is trying to climb aboard too. A boy. He's shouting at me, kicking out, trying to push me off. I can't focus on him, never mind fight back. My head throbs in agony, and it feels like I'm going to black out. The swan catches on a current, rocking from side to side as water splashes down my hoodie and soaks the legs of my jeans.
The river's so dark, and the opposite bank is so far away. My thoughts are splintering, and I'm losing sight of what's real, what's a horrible nightmare. The boy on my boat grabs my hood and tries to throw me off. I scream, but it's lost in the chaos. Other contestants are trying to cross the river on the boats, but there are too many people. The swans crash into each other with the sounds of splintering plastic and shrieks cut short. A bright light heads our way along the river. The police must have called the Coast Guard. "Get off!" the boy in my boat yells, and there's something familiar about his voice. "You're going to sink us!" He grabs at me again, so I kick out at him with all my strength. My foot connects with his chest. Another swan bumps into mine, and I flip over. I grab out for anything that might save me, but there's nothing except water. The swan's heavy base clunks against my head, and I go under. It's so cold I can't breathe. Everything comes to me in flashes and gasps. The current catches me and spins me around. I catch glimpses of a dozen people shouting and splashing, lit up brightly by the Coast Guard spotlight. No one's coming for me, though. The water swallows me up, and I can't fight it any longer. There's a memory. The memory that brought me here, to this watery abyss. I'm standing at a buffet table, watching everyone else enjoy themselves. This party, Anton's party, isn't as much fun as I'd hoped it would be. Most people are so out of it that their voices have become shrieks and their movements uncoordinated. Matthew is nowhere to be seen, and he's the only person I know, so I'm alone. I'm picking at a cocktail sausage when Rose appears to my right and helps herself to a bottle of water. She's as beautiful and as unapproachable as always. She gulps the water down in one long swallow, then wipes her lips. Her skin is perfect, and her red-lipped smile is ice-cold. "Charlotte, isn't it?" she says. "Matthew's sister?" "Step-sister-to-be," I reply. "Same difference." She screws the lid on the bottle and tosses it in with the unopened ones. "Surprised you're not mingling, trying to discover where Anton's bedroom is, or stealing his toothbrush." "I don't know what you mean," I say coldly, and turn to leave. "Do you go on Gossip?" Rose says, making me pause. "I think you do. There's one poster on there who says terrible stuff about me. Really vicious personal stuff." "Oh," I manage to say, even though my throat is drier than my mum's roasts. "I haven't seen anything mean." "You haven't? The posts are seriously unhinged. Personal even. So, I asked my friend to look into it. My friend's a coder, you know, coded Shadow City. Finding out an IP address was child's play to them." "She can't know. It's not possible. I've always been so careful." She gets close to me and drops her voice to a whisper. Imagine my surprise to discover that the person trolling me was none other than Matthew's little sister. My heart plummets to my knees. What do you want?" Rose laughs. "Why would I want anything from some pathetic Anton fan?" I grit my teeth. All I can think is how much I hate her. She's so beautiful and so popular and so mean. She doesn't deserve Anton. She doesn't deserve to be one of the accomplices. She helps herself to an olive, popping it delicately into her mouth. "I've read your stories, too. I know about your little crush on Anton. Shame it'll never, ever happen. Why would he look twice at you when he has me?" "That's a horrible thing to say," I gasp. She laughs and marches off with a swing of her glossy curls, leaving me fighting tears. A couple of the other guests look at me, so I duck behind the pool house to pull myself together. That feeling, shame tinged with burning hatred, it's unbearable. I take out my phone and write that comment on Rose's Gossip fan page. Die, die, die. It isn't enough to kill the feeling, though. The memory ejects me with a sudden rush of coughed-up dirty water. I'm lying face down on a concrete ramp that slopes into the river.
The wall of a huge building with too many unlit windows looms over me. There are no lights, only the moon. I cough again, and it turns into a retch. All I can taste is filth and regret. Then I see him. It's a person tangled in weeds. He's lying on his stomach with his limbs splayed at funny angles. He must have washed up here like me. I crawl to him, shivering and shaking in my heavy clothes. "Hello?" I say. "Are you another contestant?" He's not wearing a tracking bracelet. I tentatively poke his arm, but he doesn't move. Another memory surfaces. In it, I'm struggling to stay on my boat as a boy tries to throw me into the water. The details are hazy. What I do remember is kicking the boy, and then he went quiet. "Are you all right?" I whisper. I carefully roll him onto his back. I fall onto my seat with a gasp. It's Jesse, the driver from the museum getaway. His face is so pale and his eyes so empty. So dead. There's a wound on his head, but it's not bleeding. Not anymore. I don't scream. I can't scream. I stand up and back away, bile burning my throat. Was he the boy I kicked? Did I kill him? No, this isn't real. I back up so far that I bump into a pair of rusty metal gates. I stumble as they creak ajar behind me. The mud under my feet becomes concrete. Then I turn and run. I shoot out straight across the road without looking. A black van slams on its brakes. I stand there and gape as it screeches towards me. It stops just in time, its bumper against my legs. The door flies open and Beatrix climbs out. The headlights of the van illuminate her from behind, turning the hair that's escaped her braids into a glowing halo. "Charlotte, what are you doing?" I'm... I can't get the words out. I can't tell her that a man's dead, not when Rose identified me as a suspect. What if everyone thinks I murdered him? What if I did? I can barely remember anything that happened in the water. Beatrix is watching me like I'm a monster, like I might attack her at any moment. Perhaps I am a monster. Sirens approach as if making a point. "I saw the things you wrote about Rose," Beatrix says. Of course she did. "I didn't mean to hurt her. I didn't like her, but it wasn't real life. I didn't think anyone would read it. I looked up your username, Anton's Girl XOXO. I saw what you wrote on Gossip this afternoon. Was that real?" Tears are glistening on her lashes. She looks so heartbroken. "You said Matthew was sneaking around behind my back, getting up to no good." I shake my head. I had a fight with Matthew, and I wanted to get back at him. What I wrote wasn't real, I whisper. The sirens get closer, but I'd happily take being arrested over this feeling inside me. Concrete, hardening in my belly. "Go," Beatrix says. "The police are picking up contestants, and there's no way I'm taking you anywhere in my van. So go." "But—" I glance over my shoulder at the metal gates hiding Jessie's body. "Now!" she yells. So I run, and I try to pretend that a person isn't lying dead yards away on the banks of the river. I try to pretend that none of this is my fault. But it's a lie, and I don't think I can run fast enough to escape. Not this time. 18. Erin. My phone buzzes with a message from Anton HQ. "Lay low and await instructions. My game isn't over until I say it's over." Anton is losing control of his own creation. Rose is stomping him into the ground and leaving the scraps to the police. I can't help but laugh out loud, making some tourists ogling the river glance nervously at me. From my spot on the bridge, I watch the Coast Guard's boats circling in the water. A helicopter sweeps past overhead with glaringly bright lights. On the embankment, contestants are led into waiting ambulances or sit wrapped in silver blankets that reflect the reds and blues of silent sirens. I figure that more than 24 people have been rounded up by the police. That leaves about 25 of us unaccounted for. From my perspective, the game's dead in the water. I can't see how Anton is going to resurrect it now. It's a shame. I really wanted that money. But at least this whole experience has freed me from Jessie. I'm happy, honestly. I keep prodding at my heart, like tonguing the gap left behind after you lose a tooth. It hurts and feels weird, but at the same time, it's a good kind of pain, clean and sharp. Now that he's gone, I can see that my relationship with Jessie wasn't much different from my relationship with Amber. Both of them wanted to control me, and I clung to them both because I believed I needed someone. Truth is, Jessie asked me out knowing who I was and what I did, then set about systematically trying to change me. He was always berating me for how I dressed, how much makeup I wore, how I styled my hair. He'd get jealous if I was photographed with another man. He'd accuse me of flirting if I so much as spoke to a boy. Bikini photo shoots led to a whole week of sulking and accusations. On one side, I had Amber pulling me toward the glamour and vanity of her world, forever disappointed that I didn't quite measure up. On the other, Jessie would have found something to be jealous of even if I'd washed off the makeup and dressed in a sack.
It's not fair that the sack gets to touch your body,
he'd have complained. I laugh at the thought. What a loser. Even still, my treacherous heart aches at the thought that I'm alone. It whispers that, without Jessie, my escape route is gone. Coward, it says. It knows I won't run without him. I'm too weary to keep fighting without someone to hold my hand. You don't need anyone, I tell myself. If I say it enough times, then maybe it will be real. I join the onlookers peering past the police barricade on the embankment. I look for Charlotte or Grayson. I don't see them, though. What I do see is the words projected on the bridge, cycling through their pattern that ends with die, die, die. Charlotte's not as boring as I thought she was. I look over the river wall. A projector sits by the water, abandoned by its operator. The ground's all churned up by feet and boats. That's when I spot someone farther down the river, crawling out from under the bridge supports. He's covered head to toe in mud, so it takes me a second to realise it's Grayson. No way. He made it. I watch as he sneaks past the projector and tries to climb up the steps, but he has to go back down when a couple of paramedics walk past. Instead, he tries to scale the wall. He's beyond muddy. It's disgusting. "What are you doing down there?" I call to him. He pauses and sweeps his filthy hair out of his face. His expression is troubled, but when he sees me, he smiles.
"Fancy to paddle, you know. Can you pull me up?"
"I'm not touching you. You look and smell like a sentient poo." He laughs at this.
"For a second, you almost sounded human, Erin love."
I glare at him and point past the bridge. "There are some more steps over there." I scrape the dirt out from underneath my nails as I wait for him. He eventually finds the steps and emerges, walking stiffly with the clay-like mud weighing down his clothes. We head away from the embankment as quickly as his condition will allow. He squelches with every movement, and I keep catching wafts of rotten eggs. I gag as a particularly unpleasant smell hits me. "You're going to need your little friend to bring you some clothes," I say.
"What friend?"
I raise an eyebrow. He exhales.
"Oh, all right, you got me. But I lost my earpiece in the mud, and my phone."
I silently offer him mine, noticing as I pass it over that Amber's tried to call me 12 times. Grayson wipes his hands on the sidewalk before taking it from me. I wait on a bench while he makes his call. We're in a shiny, built-up part of the city, surrounded by financial companies and expensive sandwich shops. Everything's closed for the night, giving the street a deserted, end-of-the-world vibe.
"No, I'm okay. I lost my phone."
Grayson glances at me and lowers his voice to a whisper.
"She already knew about you. I didn't tell her anything."
I close my eyes and pretend that I'm resting. Grayson moves farther away so that I can't hear his conversation. A few minutes later, he returns my phone.
"She's bringing me some clothes and a burger,"
he says.
She's getting you one too.
I don't eat dead things.
More for me, then.
It's a fairly long walk to the subway station where she's meeting us. We head into an upscale part of town packed with expensive bars full of media types. The subway station's on a street of what seem to be mostly high-end home goods shops. Even though we arrive late, there's no one here. We wait outside, a puddle of dirty water gradually forming around Grayson. He smells of rotting vegetation. There is still no word from Anton, and our smart cams and bracelets remain offline. At least it means we can meet Grayson's friend in the open, rather than having to risk an enclosed underground space where our cameras won't pick her up. Fresh air is the one thing stopping me from puking right now. Eventually, a girl in a black hoodie appears from behind us. It's the same jogger who tripped me up. She's wearing a mask, so the only part of her that I can make out is her dark eyes.
So, introductions,
Grayson says.
Lenny, meet Erin. Erin, meet Lenny. For goodness sake,
Lenny grumbles, shoving a bulging carrier bag at Grayson.
What happened to not telling her my name?
He blinks.
What's she going to do?
I could tell Anton about her, I say, sitting down on the curb and stretching out my calves. You're not allowed to have help. They both gape at me. I didn't say I was going to, I shrug. Just that Lenny has a point.
Stop using my name,
Lenny says. Relax, the whole system's down, so you're not being recorded. Lenny continues to stare at me, then turns to Grayson.
There's a phone in the bag. I'll call you later.
But it is interesting that you're helping him, I continue. What's in it for you?
Not doing this.
Lenny walks off, stomping down the road in her ugly-ass sneakers. She pauses to glance at Grayson, then huffs dramatically and quickens her pace. Grayson's bewildered expression follows her.
Did I say something?
You really are clueless, aren't you?
Yes,
he says.
Do you think I should go after her? I mean, we're not dating, so maybe that's a bit too much, but I don't want her to...
Yes, go after her.
You're right. I'll be back in 10, yeah?
He carries the bag she gave him by one handle. One of the burgers spills out as he jogs after her. I sit there on the dirty sidewalk and ignore the whispers as a group of men in nice suits are forced to weave around me. Rain starts to fall in a fine mist. I turn my face up to the sky. It's strangely peaceful. But it's not too long before my moment of calm is interrupted by the sound of a taxi pulling up. A door slams. The tap-tap of high heels approaches. Amber clears her throat. You're ignoring my calls, she says. And you're tracking my phone's location. Amber is wearing an outfit almost identical to mine. Wet look leggings and a t-shirt that she's pulled down off one shoulder to reveal a leopard print bra. Her hair's like mine too, only bigger, and her makeup's heavier, accentuating her swollen upper lip and her rounded cheeks. Nearly everyone who passes by ogles her. Unlike me, she seems to enjoy the attention. Why are you sitting down there? She says, fluffing her hair. Someone might take a photo of you looking all homeless person. Unlikely, I say. Besides, the game's probably over. That's not what Anton said. She waits for me to ask when she spoke to Anton, but I don't. I was worried, so I gave him a call. He's adamant he's going to stop this Rose nonsense. In fact, he was on his way to intercept the culprit. That's good news, isn't it? Yeah. I don't suppose your bet will pay out if the game's cancelled. Her expression goes ugly, but then she pulls it back with a forced laugh. Don't joke about that sort of thing, Erin. Now, come on, let's get you tidied up. Your hair's an awful mess. I thrust both hands into my hair and scrub at my scalp, feeling the tangles forming around my fingers. Then I drag a hand across my lips. It comes away pink with lipstick. Amber gasps like I've torn out her intestines and used them as a scarf. What are you doing? She cries. Oh my God, this is a disaster. I'll never be enough for you, I cry, much louder than I intended. A sob makes its way into my voice, which surprises me. Amber holds out both hands like she's placating an angry bear.
Have you eaten anything? I have some dried apple slices in my bag. I don't want any apple. I don't want any of this. I just want... What do I want? I honestly don't know any more. We'll fix your face and hair, Amber says gently, and I'll buy you a coffee to perk you up. Why don't you have some caramel syrup as a treat? You're getting a lot of exercise running around after all. Then we'll talk tactics. We can still win this, Erin. Numbly, I let her help me to my feet. I try to convince myself that this is what I want. Security over freedom. In 6 months, I'll be 18, and maybe things will be different by then. Deep down, though, I already know that nothing changes unless you force it to.
19. Grayson. Wait up! I jog up to Lenny and give her shoulder a friendly squeeze. She pulls away. What's wrong? You don't take anything seriously, do you? She has no idea. Sometimes it feels like if I don't laugh, I'll fall to pieces. I'm trying to help you, she continues. But you're not even trying. Turning your mic off, inviting Erin Love along to meet me. She's just another contestant. It's no big deal. She's Erin Love, Lenny interrupts. She tried to tag you out of the competition, remember? She's pals with Anton Fraser. Do you want him to find out why you're really here? My smile fades. I haven't told her anything, I say. Other than my name. She raises an eyebrow, the one with a metal bar through it. I don't say anything. For pity's sake, Grayson, I want you to keep playing this game, because that's what you want. But you need to focus. Sorry, what were you saying? The bad temper melts out of her expression, replaced by mild exasperation. I'm suddenly conscious that I must smell terrible. Falling into that mud was not my greatest moment, but it was so damn slippery and, well, let's not go there. At last, Lenny breaks our gaze. Have you heard anything from Anton? She asks. He sent us a message saying the game's not over. Maybe that's wishful thinking on his part, though. And Rose's ghost? How's her game going? It's clear from her tone that she doesn't think the ghost is real. You'll never believe this. The last announcement from Rose revealed Charlotte as the third suspect. I didn't see that coming. Lenny laughs. That's because you're naive and overly trusting. Her phone buzzes. A series of notifications are coming in at the same time. She frowns at it. I should go. I wouldn't worry about the game not continuing, though. Evil always finds a way. But I'll miss you if you go, I say, sticking out my bottom lip. Quit it. That phone in the bag's an old one of mine. I put some credit on it. If you need me. If I need you? You're all that's keeping me from complete disaster. This is true, she says. She smiles wryly. Remember that night we got caught in the middle of that fight? Of course I remember. It was the moment when I realized Lenny was going to be my friend, and not just some cute girl who bought ice cream from the shop I worked in. I was working a late shift at Softly Scoops It. Lenny had been coming in for a few months. She'd sit in a booth and drink a milkshake while typing away at what I later found out was some AI program she was developing at college. Sometimes when it was quiet, we'd sit and chat. She was nice to talk to, and I'd started opening up to her about Rose. That night, she'd barely had time to take out her laptop when this fight broke out between two grown men who both wanted the last waffle cone. Spoons were used as weapons. Chocolate sauce was sprayed on the walls. People skidded on pools of melting gelato. I pulled Lenny behind the counter, and we ducked down out of sight while the fight raged on. She was biting her lip, which I mistook for terror. "What's your favourite flavour?" I asked, attempting to keep her mind off the danger we were in. Mango sorbet," she replied, shielding her head as a stool came flying past our hiding place. "Even after witnessing this display of civil disobedience?" I asked. Her lips parted in surprise. Then a slight smile made it onto her face. "My first impressions of you were totally wrong." I look like I'll be funny, don't I? And then I opened my mouth. "I guess I thought you'd be one of those good-looking guys who believes he can smile people into thinking he's a nice guy." I laughed. I'll take good-looking because the rest of that was... yeah. Right then, a massive dude wielding a broken chair leg launched himself over the counter. I'm ashamed to say I nearly fainted in fear. Lenny was amazing, though. She took charge of the situation and talked the guy down. By the time the police arrived, everyone was eating ice cream together. Lenny and I have been best friends ever since. "You going to fix this whole thing for me tonight, too?" I ask her now. "That part's up to you." She gives me a little push. "Get on with it, then. I have things to do, too. It's not the Grayson show, you know." She heads off, but she pauses to flick me the middle finger. I grin after her. I'm on her good side again. I find a spot on the sidewalk where I left Erin, but she's not there. Her burger is on the ground, and dejectedly, I pick it up. I slip onto a side street and change out of my filthy clothes into a pair of Lenny's skinny jeans and one of her sweaters. As I'm emerging, I spot Erin. She's in a hair salon with a woman who looks almost exactly like her. There's no one else in the shop, and 3 of the workers are swarming around Erin as she sits regally in a chair. The other Erin orders them about while holding a champagne glass. A bell announces my entrance, and everyone looks up. "Sign says closed," the other Erin says. She sounds like Erin, too. Close up, though, I can see that she's considerably older. Erin's mother, Amber, I realise. The other half of her channel. "I was after Erin, actually," I say, slumping into a leather chair with my legs over the arm. "We've been hanging out during the game." Amber's lips twitch into the bitchiest smile I've ever seen. "I'm aware, but she's got me now, so shoo." I spin in the chair and ignore her. I unwrap the burger and take a massive bite. Erin, the real one, makes a displeased noise. "Don't you breathe on me with your meat breath." I chew quickly and swallow more than is comfortable. "So, what's the plan?" "I don't have one," Erin says. "Why would you two need a plan?" Amber sniffs. "You can't win this game together." "You're done," a hairdresser says, showing Erin a 360 of her head with a mirror. "Happy?" "Rarely," Erin says. "She's perfect," Amber says. "I'll post about your salon tomorrow if that's okay. We've got things to do tonight." The man grins at her. Of course. We're so grateful for your support." "Of course you are," Erin says, climbing down from the chair and sashaying to the door. I follow her outside while her mother stays to exchange a few words with the shop owner. "You all right?" I say. "I don't know," Erin says. It's weird. Her time in the salon appears to have preened and cleaned the spark out of her. The shop door dings as Amber steps outside. "I'm sure I'll see you around during the game," Erin says abruptly. "Bye." That was weird. Guess I'm on my own then. I've walked 10 yards down the road when I feel fingers close on my arm. Sharp nails dig painfully into my skin. "I'm on to you," Amber snarls. "You must think I'm stupid." "What have I done?" I say, laughing nervously. I glance at Erin, but she's engrossed in her phone. She gives me a nasty smile. "Boys like you think they've got us fooled. You're a nice guy, friendly, self-deprecating, unthreatening. But I know what's hiding beneath the surface. Secretly, you hate women. Making us the enemy helps you deal with the fact that you're a nobody, a nothing." If you're worried about me and Erin, she's really not my type." She looks me up and down and shudders. "Gross. But I suppose there are plenty of girls with low self-esteem out there. Erin is not one of them. Now fuck off." A cloud of perfume lingers after she's rejoined Erin outside the shop. She shoots me a final disgusted look, then hurries her daughter away. That was seriously weird, I mutter to myself. I can't for the life of me understand why Amber has it in for me. Maybe she's overprotective and does this with every boy Erin meets. But something about her tirade felt kind of personal, and I can't shake the feeling that there's more going on here. I'm sure I haven't met Amber before. I'm almost completely sure.
20. Charlotte. Here's a secret. Jessie knew I lied about Anton's alibi. He was working security at that party where Rose died, and I had my moment with Anton. He knew that Anton wasn't with me all night. The real story starts the same as the one I told Grayson and Erin. Anton's hand on mine, and his soft snores. Me drifting off to sleep with his head against my shoulder. But that's not how it ends. I woke up close to midnight, curled up on the sofa. Anton was gone. The summer house was silent and dark. I ran through the maze, the path lit by strings of fairy lights tangled in the hedges. When I found my way out, most people had disappeared inside the house. I didn't join them, though. There was too much on my mind. I sat in a swing seat, the warmth of a patio heater already chasing off the scariness of waking alone. I hid in my imagined stories until I fell asleep. In the morning, everywhere was crawling with police cars and an ambulance. Someone had found Rose in the pool. She was dead. "Charlotte, where the hell have you been?" Matthew called out, running to me. He looked like he hadn't slept all night, and he smelled of sweat and stale alcohol. "You can't wander off alone." "I wasn't alone," I said. "I was with Anton, actually, but he—" Matthew interrupted me with a laugh. "Anton? You spent the night with Anton? Yeah, right." "I did. We went to his summer house in the middle of the maze and fell asleep, and it was lovely." At that moment, a man in a cheap suit strolled over to join us. He had a notebook in his hand and smelled like coffee, so I figured he was one of the police officers. "I couldn't help but overhear," he said, pen poised above the notepad. "Do you remember what time you and Mr. Fraser left the party together?" "About 10 o'clock, I think," I said. "And he was with you all night?" I was torn. I could only account for Anton's whereabouts for the hour we were awake, but I couldn't backtrack with Matthew standing there. He'd have thought I was even more of a loser than he already did. I just nodded. The rest of the morning was a confusing whirlwind. There were more questions, and my mum came to pick me up, yelling at Matthew for taking me to a party where a girl died. But no one questioned my story. I went home, and I waited for Anton to call, but he never did, and Matthew refused to pass on my messages. It was for my own good, he said. I couldn't give up, so I went to the house. Anton was gone. Jessie was there, though, collecting a box of stuff from the studio. I asked him where Anton had moved to. I told him we were friends, but he laughed at me.
Oh, you're the girl who told the police Anton spent the night with you, he sneered. Except I saw him leaving the maze before midnight. Busted!
A surge of nausea washes the memory away. I lean out over the bridge wall, thinking that I'm going to throw up. But I don't. There's nothing left inside me. I'm empty, physically, emotionally, morally. The things I've done and the lies I've told make me ashamed to call myself Anton's #1 fan. I don't deserve him. I can't stop shaking, and it's not just the cold from being soaked to the skin in wet clothes. It's fear and guilt on top of hypothermia. I'm feeling as terrible as it's possible for a girl to feel when Rose's avatar appears through my smart glasses. Turns out it is possible to feel more terrible after all. Change of plan, Rose says. Look who's here. She clicks her fingers and a video of Anton plays. Anton is tied to a chair with a gag in his mouth. He's struggling, and the chair's bouncing all over the place. Then it topples to the side. The gag loosens enough for him to start yelling. Help me, he cries. £1,000,000 if you help me. His eyes widen at something off-screen. He wiggles around, attempting to shuffle away, but he's too slow. The ghost's not... The video cuts off. I stagger off the curb and accidentally step into the road. A bus horn blares out, startling me into leaping aside. Do you want him back? Rose purrs. The winner of my game gets Anton to do whatever they please with. Take his £1,000,000, throw him in the Thames, marry him for all I care. It doesn't matter to me as long as the truth comes out. Find my killer and I'll let him go. You're a monster, I whisper, my teeth chattering. So many of my daydreams have started this way, with Anton being kidnapped and me, well, Lola, the only one who can save him. But Lola always knows what to do, whereas I don't know where to start. All you have to do is keep on playing, and Anton's yours, Rose continues. And if no one wins him, or one of you tries to call the police, well, I guess I'll take him with me. I clutch a hand over my mouth. She's threatening his life, Anton's life. The city flows around me, noisy and smelly and oblivious. I want to yell at everyone, make them stop and listen. Anton is in danger. Why don't you care? I've narrowed down the players to a select few, she says. Are you ready to play, accomplices? The way she says that word, accomplices, sounds like an accusation. There's a new hatred in her voice that she was keeping masked before. This is no game. Games are playful and fun, not threatening and dangerous. Jessie is dead. Anton has been kidnapped, and I am totally, utterly, completely out of my depth. I'm sending you the coordinates for the next challenge, Rose says. Let's say 20 minutes. Anyone who doesn't turn up won't get to play anymore, and you really don't want to miss out on the fun we're going to have. Take a bus if you want, but the old rules apply. Go out of range for more than 5 minutes, and it's over. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Don't keep Anton waiting. She vanishes with a maniacal laugh. My map activates, and I can see the location of Rose's challenge. It's not far from where the van dropped us off after the museum debacle. I can make it there in 20 minutes. I have something to focus on, something to take my mind off Jessie and his dead, staring eyes. I'll have to face up to what happened in the water at some point, but right now, Anton needs me. I flag down a taxi, giving the driver the address. It's only after the taxi drops me off that I realise exactly where I am. I was here earlier, watching Erin meet up with Jessie. I follow the spot on the map to an abandoned building fronted with scaffolding and blue plastic netting that obscures most of the facade. The ground floor is boarded up, but there's a gap through which I can make out the closed front door. There's a group of people outside. Grayson, Matthew, Beatrix, Erin Love, and Erin's mother, Amber. I shuffle across the road, trying to keep my shivering at bay. Everyone falls silent and stares at me, except for Amber, who is engrossed in her phone. I can smell her perfume from yards away. Matthew has a look of injured confusion on his face.
Was it true?
He asks in this small voice unlike his usual bullish shout.
You're the one who posted those mean comments about Rose.
It was a joke, I say very quietly. Erin laughs. It is kind of funny. Everyone gapes at her, and she holds up her hands, backing away.
I can't believe that I defended you every time people said you were a loser,
Matthew says. Who said I was a loser? He shakes his head at me.
Unbelievable. You only care about yourself, don't you?
I shrink under the intensity of his disgust. I never thought I'd care if Matthew hated me. Turns out I do, and he only knows half of what I've done. A bright flash briefly wipes clean the rest of the world. When I blink away the light, I realise it's Emma and her camera. Stop taking my picture! I hurriedly wipe at my eyes. What are you doing here? Beatrix